Okay, so this is part 2 out of my commentary of the Proverbs chapter 22. Last time I had left off with verse 9, or rather verse 8. And so I'm going to continue here with verse 9. Now, like with many things, many times within episodes, it takes me a while to get warmed up, get my mind right. And evidently my voice too. It seems to be a bit, it's not very smooth. It takes a while for that to also get warmed up. He that has a bountiful eye shall be blessed, for he gives of his bread to the poor. Like many times in the Proverbs, we are exposed to a symbol and an adjective that's attached to that symbol. We have the eye and then the bountiful eye. So let us go. Let us be pushed into free fall and experience what we will. Of bountiful, what can the mind conjure up? There are many things to be had. There are many first inclinations. When I think of abundance, when I think of bountiful, I think of material goods. I think of more meaningful things. I think of experiences that certainly cannot be reduced to the material structure. These items that are stored in memory. The items or experiences that, while they may be stored in memory, it can be more than that. It becomes almost a feature of one's being, these profound experiences. We can examine the experience of childhood and the good effects that can come from good parents. This is a type of bounty or plentifulness. That is not just one event, it's not an object, it is an entire experience that has been weaved through a person's life at a time when they are most receptive and most wondrous of the world that they are brought into. If properly facilitated, this world becomes a canvas for them to create. Their imaginative spirit is set free, it is set loose in this open landscape for them to do as they will. When I think of adulthood, I think of those types of experiences that you share with a friend that perhaps don't happen as often as they ought, or maybe that is just in my life, but the experiences, perhaps it's a vacation, or it is just a conversation. But much like good parenting in childhood, this conversation, this experience, perhaps the vacation, can lead to the same consequence, the same facilitation, or the same result, I should say, not consequence. The same result, the facilitation of wonder, of connectedness. And within that sphere, within that frame of mind, I think there is this true value of abundance, of the bounty of life and of experience that can be had. Surely, there are those and there are situations in which all the material goods in the world will not satisfy that urge, the desire for a certain type of plenty or bounty. This urge that is on the edge, is on the boundary of disaster, addiction, corruption. A simple Google definition of bountiful reveals a large in quantity or abundant, giving generously. He that has a bountiful eye shall be blessed. So, I think it's important to make the obvious distinction here that we're not talking about the material organ, the eye, but we are taking an aspect of that material organ and we are using it as a symbolic reference. This reference is grounded in concrete experience, and this reference is used to expand, much like, again, the good childhood or the experience that one has with their friend on a vacation or in an intimate conversation. This sort of thing is facilitatory. And when we think of the eye, we think of how fundamental it is to our experience, and how much information that we take in through it, how much of our daily lives we depend on our eyes, how much of our being, how much of our relationship to the world is formed within our mind. The map of the mind is formed by this information, by the experiences that we process visually. And so then if we put together this word bountiful with this eye, again, the eye is much more than the organ. Perhaps I don't need to say this again, but just to hammer in the point. When I go back into my mind and I close my eyes and I draw up a memory from today, the memory I draw up is of an experience. First and foremost, I willfully draw up this experience. But of this experience, as I look around, there's another adjective to look around, yet my eyes are closed. It is the sight of mind. What I recall as I find my memories are visual things. I try to recall some auditory things, but nothing really seems to pop out at me as much as the visual cues do. And perhaps every mind is a bit different in this regard. Certainly those that don't possess eyesight would process their reality a bit differently, but nonetheless it seems as though this experience of mine, I am processing, or I have processed it quite visually. As I continue to imagine it, it's not just the organ of the eye that I am remembering. It is of my particular occupation. I am involved with hands-on care for people, and I have a particular memory and experience of touch and of what that means relative to why I was providing that or taking in that tactile stimulation. I remember perhaps a degree of smell, although this is a bit more faint than it is the vision or the touch. But I bring all of this up because I've closed my eyes, and yet I have recalled this landscape. And it is not just that the physical eye needed to provide the input for this. There has to be something that provides the input, surely. But with relatively small amounts of input, it could be just an expression that is heard by somebody, we can do quite a lot to paint an additional landscape. Not a false landscape, but something that is more expansive, something that is reflective, something that comes to a conclusion, whereas before, within our minds, that expression is just a stagnant set of words. And for whatever reason, a part of the mind recognized it and held on to it. I'm surprised in my experience of life how much of this I hold on to. That there are times, months, weeks or months after an experience, and an expression or a phrase, perhaps something that I have said or somebody something that somebody else has said comes up back into my mind, and perhaps at the moment it wasn't relevant, but there was an aspect of mine that thought it would be relevant and saved it for later. It's quite interesting. And so my interpretation is going to involve the best of what I've tried to describe, both of the bountiful and that of the I. If we combine these two, what we have is that sort of experiential facilitatory projection or mapping that this occurs from without, that we take in. We are given information, we could say, by the environment. We are given purposeful information by other willful, conscious beings. What we project is a world of sorts, an aspect of the world that is, but necessarily limited by the limitations of mind, of the capacity to see of that which there is. He that has a bountiful eye shall be blessed. And so I think what we are seeing here, what we are asked to ponder, is the degree to which our will, or I'll say our will, because I want to say also that I think the soul certainly is wound up in this, that it is the part of the mind that understands, that is self-aware, that top of mind almost, that is responsible for his experience in life, that takes all of the other components of himself with that thing. It is that strong, willful, desirous component. Whether or not the body wants to go along with it, it will come if the will is strong enough. And this passion, this desire for life, this wanting to see and take in information and integrate it such that they are able to appreciate the bounty that is around them, that bountifulness, that when an experience is in front of them, they don't let it pass it by them. They take it. They see it for its potential. I think that's an aspect of projection. It facilitates this wondrous environment. I mean, how do meaningful experiences even start? They have to start somewhere. Somebody thinks of something. Certainly it's reciprocal. It builds perhaps slowly, or rather quickly. I've had conversations in which somebody brought up something quite profound, and it starts the conversation rapidly down on that level, on that plane. And it is the more that we are willing, the more that we are able, the more that we desire this type of experience and interaction with life, the more that we will be blessed. This is another word that, at least in my mind, I need to think about more and more. It's good, because what does it mean to be truly blessed? Again, we can talk about material comforts, and there's certainly blessings that are wound up in that. There's certain unfortunate realities that are set aside or prevented by shelter and by the ability to have cheap and available food and water. These sorts of things are affordances, but I don't necessarily think that they are most important. The things that are most important, I think, if I can't say this in totality, I certainly think that this is generally true, that if somebody is willing to die for something, and not just in a superficial sense that they are sort of nihilistic about life and they'd die for almost anything by their own hand just to escape it. I mean more so die for something in the context that we are speaking of here, for the facilitatory, for it to be meaningful. Now, there's some difficult area here, but I'm trying to highlight sort of the extreme. That I think the willingness to sacrifice oneself for something, and it doesn't have to be physical death, it could certainly be a sort of a personal spiritual death within life, within the experience of a singular life. There are plenty of experiences, plenty of situations in which people have been reborn or have been found. This language is often used. And this rebirth and this finding is sort of a strange aspect. It's almost, we hear this often with when the Western world found or discovered the Americas. And of course they were discovered by man's mind before then, but it was discovered in a different type of way, that a different type of mind with a different type of framework had discovered it. And it is much like these rebirth and born-again experiences, in which the mind is reoriented, reframed, transformed. And as with many things, when we get down to this space, we can imagine taking ever finer and finer slices, that if we dive into this, the gateway of the facilitatory experience that I had mentioned, we could just take the fantastic childhood, for example. If we were to dive back in there, and we are to, or perhaps let's take the experience between two friends or partners, whichever, and a sort of an intimate experience. If we dive into that experience, where do we find the blessing? Well, I think there is an aspect that I had mentioned about this born-again, rebirth, change and transformation experience that exists at very fine levels within all of our experiences. It's not just one ultimate life event that can be understood as one of these experiences. I think if we have the bountiful eye, we can find it within the simple, within the regular. And how beautiful a thing would that be, to be able to find and to be in a state of mind, and to be willful and faithful to such a degree that we can identify meaningful experiences when they are offered to us at a precise level. Now, that doesn't mean every conversation needs to be a deeply profound conversation. There is a lot of subtlety, I think, to human interaction. Playfulness, I think, is one of those that can really enhance a person's experience. And it may not have anything to do with profound thinking. It may have to do with quite intricate and precise facial expressions or manner of speech that leads two people to fall into that mode of playful behavior. But I think it is within this experience, and it's not just the playful behavior that one can fall into. It is the other that I've described, the profound conversation type experience. It could be much broader and wider, the good childhood experience. We can slice the strata of life in almost an infinite number of ways, and find beauty and potential for blessings within it. But it is up to us to be discerning enough and to be desirous and faithful enough to put forth the effort to obtain that bountiful eye. And once we have it, we're able to see. We're able to see the slices where we can insert our faithfulness and fall into these meaningful experiences. He that has a bountiful eye shall be blessed, for he gives of his bread to the poor. So the second half of this verse, for he gives of his bread to the poor. What is his bread? What is that a symbol for? So his bread is his means for self-preservation. In a sense, it's for self, it's to sustain the self. Of course, there's a strong physical analogy, much like there is to the sense of vision. But much like vision that is not entirely, the reference here is not entirely wound within the physical, it is more of the possibility that this affords, that the conscious mind, the type of experience that we have of life, the type of, or in the way of this, the mind the way in which it affords us this experience, the way in which we consume bread is an analogy for something broader, I think, in terms of mind, for this projection, or the way in which we experience life. And by that I mean, as I've said, the bread is something that is an aspect of what he lives to secure for himself, such that he is able to maintain his life, but he's able to maintain his life for the purpose of what I've just mentioned, the first half of the verse. He that has a bountiful eye shall be blessed. And so the giving of bread is sort of a giving of possibility. It is giving almost in an extreme fundamental sense, giving somebody bread who's starving to sustain them so that they can live and experience longer. But it doesn't stop there. If this was the only part of this verse, it would be quite lacking. But in the context of the first part, where we have this bountiful eye, where we are able to see the different aspects, the different strata of life where we can interject and be a part of and experience something that's profoundly meaningful. Much like that, those who are lacking of the fundamentals to sustain life, and I don't think this necessarily is restricted to the physical, much like I've said about the bountiful eye, that this bread is a symbol of something more, that it is a symbol for nutrition, and the body surely needs to be nourished, but people can be poor of all sorts of things. They can be lacking in all sorts of things. They can be lacking of certainly food, but they can be lacking, and they can be poor in mind, in spirit, in the bountiful eye, or just the eye in general. Forget the bounty. And so the bread that is given is much more than this simple loaf. It's almost like it has a magical property to it. Like in Lord of the Rings, they're given this elvish bread. This a small bite of the bread will fill their stomach magically. This bread is not restricted to the sustainment of the body. It includes and facilitates the sustaining and the expansion of mind and of relationality, of experience. And so in closing, this bread is the invitation for that dormant eye of man that has the capacity to be this bountiful eye. And if one is to obtain such a thing, they then will be blessed. They then will have these experiences, these truly fulfilling experiences. They will live rightly. Cast out the scorner, and contention shall go out. Yeah, strife and reproach shall cease. So first things first, we have to discuss what the word scorn means. This is a word that is used commonly in the Proverbs. And as a result, this is something that I have gone through a number of times. And I'm not sure if I would say this is an unfortunate thing, because there is certainly something that is fortunate, but there's an element of this that is unfortunate in the sense that no matter how much I go over this, no matter how many times I search the definition for scorner, I'm always left wondering about the term. And it's not necessarily that I don't know what it means. I know that there's a degree of contrariness that comes with it. I know that there's a degree of contempt that comes with the scorner. But at a certain point, the mind as it is exposed, what would we say? Exposed to the surface, as we, like with many things, when we just get into something, it takes us a while to be in that space, to take in the information, to truly appreciate something, or to understand and to know something. And I think that although there's a lament in the sense that my mind is such that it cannot just enter into the depths readily, it must go through the work to get there. But so is life. It is not as though we can teleport our bodies through physical space to get somewhere. We always have to get in our cars or wherever, put on our shoes and walk to where we need to go if we want to go somewhere. And it's much like this, I think, with the mind, and at least it is with my mind. If I want to go somewhere, if I want to go to the place of the scorner, I have to put on my metaphorical, conscious, reflective shoes, and I have to take the journey. Now, I know that I've been there before. I understand that there is this place of mind that I can understand the scorner. But again, there are peaks and valleys that I must go through. There is this path through which I must traverse in order to find and to be at the place that I would want to that I want to be at, that I would like to go to. And so I say that so we can have this conceptualization of the experience that I think we are being called to. We're being called to, again, put on these shoes and embark to a particular destination. And so let's set out. A basic definition of scorner, just off of Google. The feeling or belief that someone or something is worthless or despicable, contempt. Now herein lies our first obstacle, because at this place is my first understanding of how far we actually have to go. The distance becomes more clear, that it is not that I can leave this space of absence of mind, absence of thoughtful experience, and enter into something that is profound, because there are layers. There is this, like in the analogy of the physical, there is that physical distance that separates us. And at the moment, the physical distance comes to me in the layer or the level that is the basic definition. For when I read the feeling or belief that someone or something is worthless or despicable, I feel like I haven't really gotten anywhere. I know that I have, in a sense, moved somewhere. But again, this realization has set in that much more time must be spent for what is worthless, what is despicable. Surely I can understand what a feeling or a belief is. These in and of themselves, these feelings and beliefs are fascinating and interesting. I was just thinking before I started this episode, I was watching a video. Recently there was a man that was convicted of homicide that was on the Joe Rogan podcast, and it's sort of making the news, and it's getting a lot of attention because this person was on Joe Rogan on behalf of, I think, an attorney that I think he's involved in civil rights cases, and this was one of the examples that he brought. This guy that was supposedly reformed. He'd spent 25 years in prison for committing a robbery, a violent robbery. And the episode was meant to illustrate how this person had changed. And yet, not long after, a year after his release from prison, he is back in the hot seat because he was captured on video going in and out of an apartment of somebody that he had killed and subsequently dismembered. Now, this may seem completely unrelated, but it is not. And the reason I bring this up is because this person and this situation more broadly prompted a reflection in me about the nature of the psychopath, the nature of the sociopath, of the narcissist, the nature of feelings, and what does it mean to be redeemed? What does it mean to be reformed? What does it mean about the person that has difficulty with feelings in general? Perhaps, and I myself wonder this often, do I feel the way I should when a particular event happens? And inevitably I come to the place or the point of saying, certainly there are times where I feel as I ought to. There are other times which I try my best to stay attentive and to stay, in a degree or in a sense, empathetic, in the true sense of the term, where I can call up the emotions and attribute to that experience outside of myself the emotion. And it takes work. It's not perfect. If somebody has spent time in a selfish, wicked bubble, coming out of that is difficult, but it is possible. And I wonder about extreme cases of this. And I think even in extreme cases in which people that have difficulty with empathy or feeling anything for anything other than themselves, it is not beyond them to understand with reason why something is good. It's not difficult to understand even if they don't feel what ought to be done in a particular situation, and not just to please somebody else for their own sake, but it's because it is good for goodness, the sake of goodness. And this is a matter of faith. And I think that this is something that can be practiced and developed over time, and eventually feelings begin to occupy that space. And so I say all of that because I think there is a strong relationship between this person. I think he is considered to be a scorner. The feeling or belief that someone or something is worthless. Now, this feeling or belief that someone or something is worthless, you have to wonder where it comes from. Perhaps there's a good reason for it, and it is the reason that justifies the feeling. Perhaps it is something that is base in an individual, that they feel contrary before they even attribute some reason to it, some natural repulsion, just like someone has a repulsion to a smell, that perhaps they don't even know where the smell is coming from, but just by virtue of the smell, the mind perceives it as something that is negative, odorous, and something to be gotten away from. And certainly there are elements of that that are quite important in terms of noxious gases and things. One must identify the adversity of these smells to save themselves. And in this light, I think it is quite difficult if they have a mind that is, for whatever reason, pathologically oriented towards smells that are actually good, and everything that smells bad, it actually appears good to them, that's quite a difficult thing. I certainly wouldn't want to go around smelling gasoline all the time as sort of a fresh air. Everybody would consider the gasoline that I smelled as fresh air, and I smelled it as gasoline, and the gasoline that I smelled was fresh air, and all I want to do is just pour gasoline on the floor when I'm at the gas station and smell it, because it smells good. Now, this is a strange and perhaps comedic example, but I think there's something to that when we describe all the possibilities, especially in the pathological case of man, how twisted his otherwise normal, compared to the experience of most people, how twisted his perception of the world can be. Now, of course, if we get down to the roots of this, not necessarily in terms of the etymological sense, but just following the definition that I described here, the feeling or belief of someone or something that it is worthless, despicable. This word, worthless, it is an indication of the lack of value. And in order to understand if something is worthless, we have to understand the concept of what is valuable, or at least we have to have an opinion about what is valuable, even if we don't have some preceding or explicitly preceding map or framework of what is valuable. So the goal here is not necessarily to get lost in the subjectivity of the word value. The goal is to establish some common ground of understanding of value. Now, establishing common ground within a single mind, perhaps it's a bit difficult, but not impossible. Perhaps it's preferred. I've yet to determine that, but value. Certainly there are things that I value. I value the time that I'm spending here doing this activity. I value thinking about the Bible. I value thinking about the verses in Proverbs. I value the time that I spend with people that I care about. I value the work that I do when I am working, when I am engaged in my occupation. And so the question is, well, what about these things are valuable? And then the further question is, what about these things are truly valuable? The further question from that is, by what standard do I understand things that are truly valuable? In the nihilistic sense, I can ask the question, is there something that is truly valuable, or is it all within? And when I say all within, I mean within the self, perhaps within the ego, within the mind of the individual, that the individual is paramount. This term I've used many times before, auto-actualization. It is a form of self-divination. Why not this sort of view of the world? And this here, I think, is at the heart of the psychopath. The psychopath that is truly faithful to himself, in every sense of the word, that the divinity, that the home, the place for being, the ground of all, is within the self. It is not something that is placed outside of the self, but also permeates through the self. But it is only within the self. And it is only within that desire of the needs of that self that they attend to. And I don't think that this is the answer. I don't think that this is the answer because we must participate in the world outside of us. There are many things that involve sacrifice. It involves sacrificing aspects of self-desire so that we can achieve greater things farther on down the line. There's meaning to be had when one sacrifices aspects of themselves for something else, something outside of them. There are dangers and pitfalls of only seeing within. It is a darkening of the intelligibility of all, for one to move inward and only to see that darkened, selfish room. Within that room there is only walls, there are no windows to see out of. Within the true confines of the self, there is no intelligibility. The mind itself is a creature of it is a being that is able to perceive. Perhaps its sole purpose is to perceive, to act. But if there's nothing to act on, if there's nothing to perceive, if there's nothing to do, nothing to interact with, then it perceives nothing. There's no information that enters. Being itself is just darkness. It is just an awareness of nothing. That in and of itself, I think, is unstable. And there must be something that is created from this nothingness. But since I do not wish to call God a narcissist, there is an expansion, I think, that occurs within this space and sphere of nothingness as the will and the capacity to expand outside of this takes hold or occurs because of the inherent instability. The inherent or the necessity for something to reach out for stability. For a state to be unstable, it is something that is prone to change. And within this instability, within that darkness of nothingness, in the presence of being, I think what comes is the imaginal. What comes is the creation. And what is created is something that involves the self, but it becomes something beyond the self. It is the desire to do beyond that which they were confined to in the initial condition, to that nothingness. It is the desire to break free from the confines of the self that provide true liberation, provide true appreciation, provide true creation. And so I think in the case of the human being, when they try to fool themselves into thinking that the self is all that matters, or that it is the divinity, I think what they find is almost like a spoiled teenager, that they believe that they can have nothingness for themselves, and that nothingness is stable, or that they can take creation for granted, and they can pretend like they're not a player in the game of that creation, and that they are not responsible for some degree of maintaining stability by introducing into the world their own form of creation. Their own form of creation by just interacting with that which is there, that which is intelligible, rather than just being stagnant or taking things outside of that into the room of instability, into the room of that egotistical black hole. It's sort of a paradox. It's a paradox because they wish to take all of intelligibility in, shove it through nothing, so that it can sustain them. But how is it sustaining? It seems like a false belief, a misconception. And so because of this, I don't necessarily think that it is possible that one finds value in the instability of selfish delusion. But it doesn't mean that selfish delusion won't lead to somebody feeling as though they have found something truly valuable. And this is a hard circle to square. Certainly it would be a hard thing to be redeemed by. But it raises the question then, if this is the case, then what does it mean for something to be truly valuable? What is it about the Proverbs? What is it about the time that I spend trying to help people in my occupation? What about this is truly beneficial and meaningful? And that is outside of the purely selfish. How am I considered somebody that is not a psychopath or a sociopath? Certainly, my own will and my desire are important. Those things are valuable. The self, it has a built-in capacity to preserve. But I also think there's a built-in capacity to sacrifice. And that we all make sacrifices. It's a matter of degree, perhaps, in many. And perhaps there's no way to separate what the self finds valuable from that which is truly valuable. But it can be the case that the self can find something valuable that is truly unvaluable or not valuable. And perhaps the feeling is the same in both. And that what distinguishes them is not the self. It is something outside of the self that makes that distinction, although the self can become aware of it and thereby enter on that path of redemption. But because it is sanctioned by some standard outside of any particular self in the human context, it is by that standard that man is always comparing his value, his feelings, and his beliefs. Perhaps he doesn't do so willingly in many cases by comparing his value to the ultimate standard. He does so if he has faith. He tries to find the ultimate standard to compare his value to. Ultimately, he, because of his perceptual capacity, I don't think can truly appreciate what he must do in every particular situation or circumstance. Say the right thing in every situation and circumstance. But there are ways in which he can identify and determine what is true. And there's a complex layering, certainly when it comes to interaction between human beings. So when we say the word worthless, when we consider something to be valueless, it comes with a lot of baggage. It comes with a lot of uncertainty. For there's a lot of uncertainty associated with that which is valuable, as I've just gone through, or at least tried to go through. But just because there's a lot of uncertainty, I think it does not give us the excuse to be unfaithful, not to imagine that there is a standard by which we should and ought to attribute value to something, even if it is immediately outside of our primary instinct. And that if it is our primary instinct to feel in a particular way, perhaps there is a way to rethink it. There is a way to rethink it because there is a way to be more connected and to find and to be in a position or in a space that is more personally enriching. And herein lies that almost paradoxical dilemma of self-participation in the divine, Because as I've said, I do believe that the divine permeates the self, but the divine is not located within the self. The self can see where the divine is in its own image, perhaps. But it is not the divine itself. The divine is this complex interaction between the self and the world that he finds himself in. And this inside-outside dynamic is perhaps to his detriment. If he were unaware of such a distinction, maybe being and existing would be a little bit more straightforward. It would be less burdensome. So today is a new day. Surprise, surprise. And like always, it'll take me a moment, some time, to catch up to where I was. I think where I was, just by listening to the last minute or so of that dialogue with myself, it seemed like sort of an aside. It was connected to the main point, surely, but I'm still within this realm of the scorner. For the first half of this verse, the scorner is the centerpiece. It is the axis around which this verse is rotating. So a really strong grasp of the scorner is important. So to recap, the scorner is somebody who believes that something or somebody else is worthless or despicable. This conversation and the focus on the word worthless led us into a conversation of value. This value led to a reflection that our experience is not only a reflection of the world that is, and is necessarily limited to a certain level of information. That is, our receptors only go so far. We take in as much information as we can, we process that, and then we exist at that level with the information that we take in. And so our vision, that is the culmination of all of our different sense organs, whether it be the eyes, the olfactory senses, or proprioceptive senses, or senses of touch. All of these sorts of things come together in the unified self. The unified self forms this map that includes all of this information. It provides us with a vision that is beyond any one particular sense organ. This vision allows us to see the landscape and participate in reality, the reality that is. The discussion moved into value. That is, since we are beings that participate in this world, in this experience, we have things that we consider to be valuable. Sometimes they vary between people, sometimes they vary between cultures. Ultimately, though, I think there is this relationship and strong relationship to the world that is beyond the haze or the fog that is this representation of the world that again is the accumulation of our perceptive, or our sense organs rather, that feed our perceptive capacities. This value has to do with preference. It has to do with will. It has to do with purpose. It has to do with judgment. Now the scorner, much like the froward person that is contrary, oppositional, the scorner chooses to see that aspect of man, or chooses to be blinded by the desire, the selfish desire, chooses to be blinded by that which they conceive to be valuable, and they draw all sorts of conclusions about their place in the world. It seems as though value is a conversation that is quite difficult to reach any sort of firm ground or bottom, although there can be quite firm common ground when it comes to value. I came to some conclusion about the ultimate or the inevitable dysfunction that comes from the scorner's paradise, or that of the wicked, selfish, insulated existence, that it is something that is stagnant, it is not something that can self-perpetuate. It is only something that can be a parasite, and when it is necessary to make the type of sacrifices outside of the self to procure things that are truly valuable, then perhaps it becomes difficult for the scorner. It becomes difficult for those who cannot see or appreciate that value. And it's more than just the aspects of value. It is, or perhaps I should say, it is more than just the superficial layers of value. It is more than just that which enriches the self, although, as I've said, the self is a part of the experience of life. It is this constant flow between the other and the within. The scorner is the type of individual that disrupts the home, whether it be the home of the family or the home of the society. The scorner is inevitably the tyrant, the authoritarian, the one that doesn't know how to facilitate proper human flourishing, only rather to stamp out any adversity that would otherwise threaten his goals and his designs. Now, of this sort of thing, I think I'm only at the surface. I'm not quite satisfied with my explanation. But I do not wish to spend too much time here. I think I've made some headway in terms of the scorner. If I haven't reached the bottom, it's okay. There will be a time where the scorner will return. Cast out the scorner, and contention shall go out. So this image, the casting out of the scorner, it's easy enough to imagine. I imagine almost an immediate illustration of a person that has committed a crime, or a person that is corrupt, that is in a particular office, that has found themselves within a particular institution, and for them to be cast out, they are separated from the position or the authority that they had once exercised. I think it could be something quite, I want to say literal, but I don't think that that is the correct term to use here. I think of an ancient city in which somebody is thrown out of the city gates, so they can't participate in the city. They can't effectively participate in that aspect of society. But the term cast out, I think, has broad implications, and it's not just a matter of the collective shunning a particular individual because of their actions, although it is that sort of thing. I think fundamentally what we have here is somebody that is being moved away from something else. And the question is, well, what are they being moved away from? We could say the city, we can say the institution, okay, fine. But why? Well, because they're a threat to a particular aspect. Okay, they're a threat. We can ask, in what way are they a threat? But even more fundamentally, what exactly about the city or the institution are we pushing them away from? Because certainly there are aspects of the institution that are corrupt or unsavory, just like the individual that we are pushing out or away from. There are aspects of the city that we would like to improve upon, that the scorner is but an aspect of the general negative side of social organization. And so what deeper pattern is there? What is the center that we are trying to push this thing away from? We are trying, I think, in every center, we find ourselves at home. We find ourselves oriented to that principle or set of values that effectively organizes ourselves. But the word effectively organize, I don't think, is sufficient. We could use another word like facilitate. Well, facilitate what? Flourishing. Well, what is flourishing? We can talk of liberty. We can talk of the expansion of the freedom of will. Perhaps that is a component. We can talk of stable institutions. I think that is quite important as well. We can talk about particular institutions, like the church, the heavenly domain, or the institution that is to facilitate the heavenly domain, the institution that is to facilitate law and order, the institution that is to facilitate the public good, or the sort of almost the commodity aspect. Within this, I think we can find the commercial sector. We can find state action in terms of maintaining roads, providing for the common defense, all of this sort of thing. But what exactly are we doing all of these things for? Well, surely it is because of the function of the church that we have some understanding where the center is at all. For within the church we have the discussion of values, morals, purpose, meaning. We discuss how it is that a man can find meaning and purpose. We discuss how it is that a man can be liberated from his demons. We discuss demons in and of themselves. We discuss how a man can find the angels, how man can find God, again, how he can be redeemed. And as I've said, probably in this episode, but certainly in episodes past, that much of this is about the experience. There's not one particular aspect that causes it to be. It is more the general commitment and the faith to the experience, and the behavior that results because of the commitment to the experience that then produces something that is satisfactory and fulfilling. Exercise and religious study, I think, are two good examples of that. Because it is not just this verse that is useful. It is the whole context of verses. It is the words within the verses. It is the etymological chain that makes up a word. It is the commitment to self-reflection and the integration of personal experience. Of exercise, it is not one particular workout. It's not one particular exercise within a workout. But each individual workout is important. As the experience occurs, after we are and we have achieved something. Something has gone towards the good. We have been moved towards the good, rather than the scorner being cast out or moved away from what we consider to be the good. And although man, as I've suggested and mentioned, that his ability to interface with reality is limited to a certain level, although his interface with reality is, in my opinion, certain, meaning that there is a reality to interface with, and it's not just all man's delusion or hallucination. I think we can make certain arguments about mind in general, what that has to do with reality. And perhaps we are a mind within a mind. Certainly, a mind is required, in my opinion, for intelligibility to exist. And for intelligibility to exist independent of different minds, there must be a mind that is independent of the mind that is imagining the intelligibility, until we get to the sort of source code in which the mind that is indeed imagining that intelligibility is producing, is creating. By extension, although we may not be the sole creators, we are participants in that creation cycle. And so we cast out the scorner to move away from the darkness and towards the light, to move away from what we consider to be bad, or we can say false goods, and we try to move towards true goods. And certainly there have been no shortage of periods in history where we have attempted to move towards true goods, whether by righteous concerns or by the desire and the will of another that subjects those by false pretense. This sort of thing we don't have to spend too much time in. It doesn't really offer us all that much. It's hard not to reflect on the state of the culture with those statements. It's hard not to reflect on a quarrel that a friend of mine had with another. It's frustrating at times to hear certain arguments, and I think that's part of the problem. It's the contentious spirit that corrupts the better angels. And it's not the contentious spirit that corrupts reason, because there can be plenty of reason in contention. There can be plenty of emotion in contention, just as there can be plenty of reason and emotion in the opposite. But the prideful assertion in the maintenance of one argument without diving down to the fundamental principles to see what truly holds is, I think, where the contentious spirit is born. And it is not until we can rectify this situation, go beneath that layer, then we can prevent that unfortunate mixture of emotion and reason that is wed to pride, that perverts and corrupts the listening of one to the true opinions of the other. We can take Socrates here as an important fellow, as an ally in the way in which one can facilitate conversation and get down to those details. It takes a disciplined person to put the emotions aside and to truly want to discover the truth. Cast out the scorner, and contention shall go out. Again, this going out. I think it's important to remember that the contention is going out of the very way in which we conceptualize what is true, the very way in which we communicate with one another. We are removing a way of thinking. We can imagine that we are facilitating something deeper, something more enriching. We are tapping into the soul at another level. Again, this level is meant to find truth rather than it is to fulfill some selfish desire for being right. So today is a new day. I had taken one day off, so I'm going to try my best to make up the time that I had missed yesterday. I'm going to try to go for a couple of hours today. It doesn't necessarily mean that it will translate to a couple hours of audio, but it will be a couple of hours of thinking nonetheless. And as I was listening to the last part of that audio from the day prior, I feel that the explanation of the contention shall go out is sufficient to cover the remaining half of that verse, because it's a reiteration. I think it might be useful in some degree to go over strife and reproach, but surely we will see this again, and I think I'm content to leave this verse as it is and move on to the next. He that loves pureness of heart, for the grace of his lips the king shall be his friend. So we have some work to do. We have some work imagining different situations, different scenarios in which this can play out. In what context is this most firmly true? Or perhaps we could say, at what level is this verse talking about? Is this something that we can fractally attribute to different layers, to different aspects of man's organization? I think we should start here with pureness of heart. And of course, if we are going to have the discussion of what a pure heart is, we have to talk about what the heart is. Moreover, from that, how exactly it is to be pure. And I know that this manner of speaking is probably pretty dry and pretty self-explanatory. But I would like best to not leave too many stones unturned here, or at least, as we go through the exercise, to be thorough in the approach, and all the while understanding that there are many different interpretations here. The Proverbs are facilitatory, rather than declarative in nature. Although they may express something in a declarative sense, it is up to us to give life to what the verses have to say. Alright, so let's begin from the ground floor, starting with heart. What can we say the heart is? The heart, as I've been describing it and been thinking about it, is surely something more than just a physical organ. There is something in the body that we call a physical organ, that is the heart. Perhaps it is something that we may perceive that something comes from, like our anxieties. The heart is one of the centers of our physical creation, perhaps we could say. It is the thing that It is one of the central aspects of our physical bodies that keeps us alive and functioning. That hard-working pump to circulate the blood throughout the body. The thing that does not rest, even though that we may, at night, drift off into this place of unconsciousness. The heart continues its work. Now, I'm sure that there are many poetic and interesting things that can be said and that can be drawn from the physical relationships that the heart has to the rest of the body. But I don't necessarily wish to go down that road. The road that my mind finds most satisfying and easily accessible is the symbolic. That the heart is something of the centerpiece, that there are associations with the physical structure of the heart that I think begins the symbol, but the symbol doesn't end in the physical. It ends in the conscious sphere, in the conscious realm, in the heavenly domain. And so the heart, I think, is an aspect of mind. It is an organ of mind, if we consider the mind to be a body, in that physical sense. The heart is, perhaps, if we want to use a physical explanation, an organization of neurons such that we are given this structure, the structure by which we filter information and form feelings and desires. These feelings and desires influence our reason, they influence our attention, they influence our behavior. I have spoken of the heart as something that has a degree of will and agency of its own. Perhaps it occupies the aspect of will itself that man has, or man has been endowed. Again, this will of self, this will of associated with his consciousness. This thing that seems to be not dependent on the same rules and structure that the body is placed under. Now, of course, it follows many of the same, and certainly it follows its laws, but in terms of a natural structure, it is quite permissive, it is quite free-flowing, restricted in certain contexts, no doubt, but the mind is a quite an interesting place. The heart has this will of its own. And by that I mean not something that is clearly defined as a thought may be, as I may think in my mind verbally that I wish to go to the store, I wish to buy ice cream for later today so that I can enjoy it. These sorts of thoughts, I think, depend or are formed by another organ of mind. This is not really something that I consider to be associated with the heart, although there are feelings and desires that motivate the thought to come to be. It is not the heart itself that is the formulator of these thoughts. The heart is the center place for the feelings and desires. It is that factory that produces the raw emotions. And so the degree to which the heart has a will of its own is the degree to which these feelings and behaviors can direct our action independent of the other aspects of mind, that of fully formed thoughts. And perhaps, I shouldn't say perhaps, I think it is reasonable to say that if we are to imagine this heart, it usually doesn't act independently, unless under extreme circumstances. One of those extreme circumstances that I have been using as an example is danger, in which the heart, or again that aspect of mind that's primitive to a certain degree, it takes in a lot of the base information that is from the various receptors and organs of the body. It transmits all of those receptors up into this primitive space, to the factory floor, upon which the heart begins to respond and to produce these emotions. Now, fear, or just generally arousal, can come from many different places. And we can be aroused without even necessarily understanding what is causing us to be aroused. It might be a particular environment that we find ourselves in. It might be a loud noise that we don't understand what caused it. It could be, again, a dangerous situation in which we don't understand exactly what is happening, but we know that it is a dangerous situation, and those feelings of anxiety and that preparation for the fight or flight is something that I have been attributing will to the heart, because this will of, what would we say, of response, this seat of feeling and desire, has the capacity, has the ability to respond to the environment. And insofar as it has that authority, I think it has a degree of will. And I do make the distinction to separate this sort of thing from reason, where in the case of reason, we may put pieces together, whereas before, our state of being, our feelings and desires may be sort of stagnant. Of course, we're always feeling something, even if it is beneath the conscious perception, but to the degree of that previous example of arousal, it is certainly something that can be got later down the stream, and that by that I mean that reason can formulate, it can put aspects of a situation together. It can form this causal chain. By then, through that reasoning, they come to the conclusion that they are in danger, and by those means, then, the heart is stimulated to produce those raw emotions, to get the body ready. And I should say that although this language is not precise, I'm not using scientific terms. I could be speaking in terms of neurotransmitters. I could be speaking in terms of the primitive centers of the brain. I could be speaking of the medulla. I could be speaking of the action of these centers and the interplay of information from the brain to the rest of the organs in the body, like the heart, like the physical heart. But it's not necessary for the place that we are going here. And I really hope that perhaps I should not be speaking to somebody else here. I should be considering myself in this pursuit, because this is my reflection. I should not be catching myself off guard by the physical way of things. Because of mind, there are places to go. There are things to see. And I don't want to be caught up with I have to be careful here with my speech, but the restrictions of precision. It's not, and I would say that it's not, there are two types of restrictions that come from precision. It can come from accuracy and truth, which is not what I mean, but it can also come from lack of time or experience to sort out and sift through all of these different aspects. Because surely there are many aspects that can be found through the precise that would cause one's mind to be spent on quite narrow subjects, and the narrowness of these subjects would never facilitate the type of exploration of mind that the Proverbs are prompting us to consider. And it takes another, more intuitive approach to come down and to view from above. And perhaps that explanation was necessary, perhaps it was not, but regardless, we are considering the heart here. Again, to recap, it has this will of its own, however we will conceptualize it. It is the place, it is the seat of our desires and our feelings. It is an intimate partner with the other aspects of mind, namely that of reason, that of the centralized portion of the self which draws all sorts of information together to formulate the conception of the self, but also the relationship of the self to the environment. Now, I think we ought to go a step deeper here. If we find ourselves in this illustration, we find ourselves looking upon this glorious factory. Hopefully, my mind tends to think of a traditional early 20th century factory, brick factory. Now, there are some beautiful components to it, but it has smokestacks, and I wish to conceptualize something a little bit more beautiful than this sort of modern idea. But we are in this factory. We are in this place of facilitation, a place of wonder, a place of potential. It's almost like Santa's workshop, if you will, though I don't really like that imagery either. I have to wonder, on the factory floor, what do we see? Especially since the place that we have to go is to discuss the pureness of the heart. And so I wonder that as we peer out on this factory floor, as we see all of the processes that take place to produce the emotions that we feel, what is it about this experience? What is it about this environment or this organ, the aspect of mind, that causes it to be one way or another? That causes it to be pure, that causes it to be burdened. We often hear in colloquial language of the burdens of the heart, of a melancholic heart. What does all of this mean? How can the institution itself, the institution of the heart, again the aspect of mind, how can this sort of thing be thought of in such a way, in such a dynamic sense? That there is direction. Now, I've begun this conversation already by saying that the heart has a degree of will of its own, directedness of its own. And it would seem as though if we are to introduce a word like purity into the structure of it, then it would seem that my example at the outset is not sufficient, although I think it is a good example. Again, the example being that independent facilitator that the heart is during times of danger, in which it's not necessarily required of us to know why we are aroused, but rather that something is arousing us and we ought to find the thing that is causing it and pay attention, or just to run and not worry about it, because we know that because the heart has provided us with this wisdom, that it is probably true. It may also be false, but perhaps this is exactly where we need to be. Within that statement, it may be true or it may be false. Because here I can see a road to purity, because if it is true, then it is pure. It is free from those blemishes of falsehood. Or that it is unified in its truthfulness. So there's a question that arises. If the heart is to be so independent of thought, of deduction, of one thing leading to another, of cause, how then can we control this purity? How can we become pure if this is something that is beyond that other aspect, perhaps that aspect of mind that I consider to be more of the self than that of the heart? Well, I think it's an issue with the question itself, because the heart, I think, ought to be viewed just as much as reason is, as something that is volitional. That's something, it is something that is to be valued. And it is not as though the weight-bearing of the soul is to be on one leg or the other, that on reason or that on the heart, but rather the legs of the soul are carried by both the heart and of reason. And the light of the soul is given by God. It is given by the transcendent. It is given by the divine logos. It is given by that consciousness, going out on a limb here, that ordering structure that permeates all of reality beyond our experience, that allows our experience to be. And so I have a few issues with what I've said about control and volition. And I wonder what to make of it in both situations. That is, if our soul is to be carried by our reason and by our heart, and if our soul is to be given, sort of to be created by that divine source, but also this will is wound up in it, the will that is this transjective, the thing that supplies motion to those legs of heart and of reason to come back to, or to stay connected, whatever the case might be, to the source from which that soul was sprung. And again, I'm concerning this aspect of volition here. For volition, as the Google definition says, is the faculty or power of using one's will. And it seems almost as if we've run into a paradox. What is this paradox? That if we are given the soul, or the light of the soul is provided or created, we necessarily are not in control of that thing that we have been given. Now, we do have will. We have will to operate within a certain sphere, because of course our will is constrained to a degree. There are things that I just may desire, but physically I am unable to do. I can reach certain upper reasonable limits in terms of my physical ability, but given constraints of age, of time, there are things for which I will never do. I think much of what we consider in life is built in with the constraints that are afforded us. We think that we have so much freedom of movement, which we do relative to the institutions and the general cultural laws that we put in place. The mind is able to come to a place and examine all of these things. It is not as though the law of man is above him. It is something that he participates with. The law of God is certainly above him. I suppose there's a more precise discussion there, but not to get too caught up in that matter. And this is not a case for man's lacking of the freedom of will. I think the entire discussion about free will and whether man has it or not is tremendously boring, because the answer is not yes or no. I think it's a little bit more subtle than that. It requires a broad understanding and consideration of many different factors, most of which probably are just outside of the control of man. And we are talking about control. We are talking about volition. And so rather than get caught up in what man is able to control and what he is not able to control, and describing something as freedom of will as that which lies within his ability, and that lack of freedom of will that is determined outside of him, and the lack of freedom of will being that illusion of the constraints that are around him, that he believes then by those constraints, even though they are there, he takes them as they are because it is understood by him that his life will proceed in a certain manner as the life of those around him proceeds in a certain manner. And given those, again, restraints and affordances, he describes his freedom of will within that context. It's incredibly boring. It doesn't go anywhere. For the true freedom of man, I think, rests within that heavenly domain, within the conscious sphere. And we can say that we can use the same arguments up in that realm as well, that there are limitations to what he can imagine. There are limitations to what he can be, perhaps, as an intellectual being. But again, this is not where I want to go. The Proverbs are about facilitation, not about this perpetual reduction into unbelief and faithlessness, godlessness. It is the opposite. It is meant to facilitate and to build up. And so although we may recognize and appreciate the exploration of thought, of freedom of will as it is, getting stuck there is probably not the most productive thing that we could be doing at this point. So at the outset, I said that I was going to go for a couple of hours. I ended up going just for an hour, and today happens to be a new day. I got distracted and preoccupied with something else. But I'd like to take a moment and recap a little bit, try to figure out where exactly it was that I left off. So from my brief preview of that last audio segment, this discussion of the heart and its pureness has gone down to, like many things in the Proverbs, has gone down to the fundamentals, that of the freedom of will. And since I was talking about the independence of mind and the aspects of mind that we can consider almost as agents of their own, of course there is a unity of self, but as far as we are heavily influenced by lesser groups of neurons, who knows, whatever physical explanation might be the case for this, to the degree that we are influenced by something that we can identify as the heart, and something that we can identify as the logical aspect or reason, we can say that our will is shaped, it is influenced by that which is subordinate to the self. And even a king is, to a degree, shaped and formed. His decisions, his behaviors are influenced by the behavior of his populace, even if he is a tyrant. And it is our soul. Our soul is that conduit, that opening in reality through which this experience of mind is allowed, it is facilitated. Again, there are many ways I think that one can conceptualize this experience and this process. And I had the thought when I was listening to what I was saying before, I've been exploring it in the context of the tradition here, that there is some, much like there is components to the self, that we within this tradition consider ourselves almost to be components, but also products of some centralized existence, some centralized being. And the reason I bring this up is because when I was listening to that audio snippet, the thought had come across to me, especially in the context of our current cultural and perhaps global geopolitical concerns and cultural concerns, that we are at this interesting yet bizarre inflection point in human history. To get down to the space of the religious, I don't think it really depends. We can have arguments, we can have disagreements, but just because one does not believe in some centralized source of things doesn't mean that they can't occupy this space, this religious space. It is there for everybody. Anyway. So again, this soul of ours is that which is the seat of our being. It is that experience that is provided us by whatever means, by whatever chain of causation, by whatever process of creation. This experience of life flows through us, it flows up into our minds, and through our minds it is shot through the perceptual mapping of the mind that again is influenced by the heart and also that rational component. And so we are talking of the different branches, perhaps, that the soul of existence is spread into. We are primarily concerned with the heart, but it undeniably has influence with other components. Of this branch, how many branches are there, I don't know, but right now, one branch to the heart. Of this branch, I can imagine that it is not small enough where it would not give birth to other small branches. I certainly think it does. And I say that because the heart, as I've used in an illustration before, is like this industrial factory. It is that thing that produces. It produces emotions, desires. And these emotions and desires branch out all different directions. They on them have their leaves, they have their fruits, whether they be positive or negative. And I think within this sphere, within the positive or the negative, we can analyze and we can conceptualize purity. For there are many different emotions of man. There are many different contexts under which a man can be and can utilize his emotions. There are certain situations and contexts in which an emotion may not be justified. And this process, this procedure of justification is something that I've been touching on. Certainly in the last time that I did a recording yesterday, I was definitely touching on this point, that this process of justification for man is quite difficult. Although he can find himself in a place of satisfaction where the fruits of his heart, the placement of his emotions, can be refined, can be studied in such a way that he can become wise, and the fruits of those small branches that branch off of the heart, the emotions that he produces and that he creates, are applied in a good manner. And what does it mean to apply the emotions in a good manner? It's not easy. I think it depends on the experience. There's a lot of things that can be said. Just a personal reflection, though. I think part of my difficulty in life has been just the experience itself. Understanding what to do, what to experience, and sometimes the mind gets caught up in trying to find an exact road that it ends up not taking any road at all. And it's almost as if the lack of experience, I don't know if there's no such thing as lack of experience unless somebody is in a coma, but the perceived lack of experience because of the hesitation, the sitting down and the reflection of what one ought to do with life, what path to go, sitting at the fork in the road and not choosing a path is almost worse. I think it is worse than choosing the wrong path, or what is perceived to be wrong, the path that is fraught with difficulty and hardship and pain. Either way, these sorts of things would be had in both situations. Perhaps that's one of our primary deliberations, pain and sacrifice. Do we know? Can we see exactly all the pain that is down a particular path? I don't think we can. But we can deceive ourselves into thinking that we can see more than we are able. And so I think that one of the first steps towards this purity of heart is accepting that we don't know what's in front of us. And just because we don't know something, it is not an excuse not to attempt the experience. And there's a certain purity of heart, I think, that exists in that situation. Because of all of the negative emotions that can arise from what is, or what if, rather, or perhaps what is, can prevent somebody from moving forward. And certainly reflection, self-reflection is necessary, especially in times of hardship. But the type of rumination, the type of reflection that leads to stagnation, and in a state of being idle, then we have gone too far afield. And that is no longer a purity of heart, because the heart is now producing the emotions that would see us limited. The heart is not a facilitatory organ anymore. It's this judge that has handed down a sentence to us. A sentence by which we are destined to be imprisoned by those very emotions. Those emotions that the mind depends on, that the mind feels as though the mind rationalizes and thinks that good things must be only got by good feelings, or that good things must only exist within the presence of good feelings or pleasant feelings. And the fact of life is that's not that way at all. There can be plenty of good things that for whatever reason the heart is just not all that responsive to. I think this can change over time, surely, as one begins to correct their attention and their true desires. For if what they understand to be good is truly good, but the heart doesn't understand it, it's the responsibility of the other aspects of mind and of that will, of the spirit, to counsel the heart, to smooth its ruffled feathers, to give it hope, to return its will to it, to free it from that prison. He that loves pureness of heart, for the grace of his lips the king shall be his friend. For all of that reflection on the nature of the heart and everything, I sort of wish that this verse went in a slightly different direction, but we'll take it as it has prompted us to go. Because perhaps yet it's not immediately clear, but perhaps this will lead us somewhere we didn't expect, or I didn't expect. So, first things first, we have to discuss grace. Now, when I think of grace, I think of subtlety. Forgiveness comes to mind, but it's not necessarily the same. Patience comes to mind. Subtlety and patience, I think, sort of are wed together in my definition. And because of the subtlety and patience, there is a particular type of behavior that is warranted. That although this grace is being bestowed, it is not, if the behavior is seen to be kind and understanding, it is not necessarily pleasant for the sake of pleasantness, but it is pleasant because that is the option for one to maintain a cool disposition, an attentive mind, a focused mind, such that the patience, the deliberative spirit is used in such a manner to find the truth, to find the good. So like with many words, I have the etymology here pulled up. It originates from the Latin word gratia, which has several related meanings, including favor, kindness, charm, and gratitude. In the ancient Roman culture, gratia was associated with the concept of divine favor, or blessings that were bestowed by gods. As it evolved in English, grace came to signify elegance, beauty, refinement, associated with a person's movements or behaviors. And it also retained the connotations of divine favor or blessings. In the Christian context, we have favor, forgiveness, salvation, spiritual enlightenment. So I think I was right on track with my definition. I think there's some useful words in there that I can use to expand my definition a little bit. But from the roots, favor, kindness, and charm, this word favor is interesting. And I think herein lies an interesting relationship between the two aspects of mind that I was discussing earlier, that of the causal mind, the logical mind, and that of the heart, more of the experiential, the feeling aspect. And this relation has to do with, it's wound up in favor. This sort of liking, the support, the attention that one places to something else, to give favor, to give regard to something else. Within this favor is this liking. Within this liking is love. Within this love there is the feeling, the feeling of connectedness, the elevation, the euphoric elevation that one experiences, that when one is really in communication with somebody in good faith, or that when somebody is trying to help somebody else for the good of helping somebody else. The feelings that are associated there definitely, I think, contribute to our favor, or the degree to which that we are willing to support someone or something. And now favor is a part of grace. And I had mentioned a few things here, that attention is involved, that subtlety and patience are involved, the subtlety to sift through the various difficulties that can be associated with life or with another individual, with relationships. This subtlety must be wed to patience, because without patience one cannot be subtle. One cannot be discerning. One has to pause and cannot be quick to jump to conclusions. They have to take into consideration the context. They have to take into consideration sensitive information. That what they understand and what they know perhaps must be applied in a particular manner in order for it to be accepted by another individual. This is, I think, a form of grace. There must be some liking and some love in there somewhere to offer that package of communication in such a way. He that loves pureness of heart, for the grace of his lips, the king shall be his friend. I think a few more words on grace may be necessary here. Insofar as we exert grace into the world, and insofar as there is an aspect of grace that can be considered kindness. Of kindness, I think of the word kin, which means family or close relation. And of the quality of familial relation, of that particular context. I'm imagining a scenario in which I don't know somebody all that well. It could be a family member, but I'm imagining that it is somebody perhaps that I've just met or only know in passing. I'm imagining grace coming through in that context, though there can be many contexts that one can imagine. For kindness in this way to flow through, I think what must occur, because at the outset we surely don't treat everybody like kin, nor should we. There is danger in that. But there is a way in which a stranger or a relative stranger can be brought into a temporary, almost suspended in time, in an interaction, in an experience with somebody else, into which the two parties enter into that kinship space. When they're there, they, I think, are afforded all sorts of interesting things. They are afforded the ability to expand their relationship, to come to know each other in more intimate ways. But the point here is that this kindness it can be afforded through certain action. I think kindness is more of a state, or rather a state is good, but a sophisticated quality of an interaction. But I like the word state here. That it is a state of experience. It is almost a physical place that two people can go to, that two people can occupy within the same shared headspace. That within the space of kinship, there is this sort of underlying love that permeates all of it. That even if somebody makes an argument that we don't agree with, and even if it becomes heated, we know at the base, at the bottom, that kinship keeps us grounded to each other, connected to each other. And I understand that there are unfortunate circumstances and situations in which familial groups have arguments that seem to dissolve boundaries, or seem to dissolve the connectedness between the two parties. That love seems to dissipate, but I'm talking about the sort of the form of kinship here, the ideal of kinship. And that for true love, at the bottom, it is something that is a connecting piece. Now, to be connected by true love is not necessarily the whole of this. As I mentioned, that kindness is but an aspect of grace. I think for grace to be maximized in these situations, assuming that one has done the work to invite somebody into that space, with patience, with that subtlety, perhaps they invite them with grace into that home of kinship, to be given more grace. It is to be invited by grace at the front door, but we are grace in a certain sense. Our name is grace. And then what they come into is a discussion, a communion, a conversation with grace. And so that if we are to become this grace, that kindness is the atmosphere that we create around us to facilitate. But what are we truly facilitating? I suppose it depends on the situation, the circumstance. In my mind, I imagined somebody that was in a bad way mentally. In these sorts of situations, I think kindness and grace would facilitate and help the person reflect on what is going on in an appropriate manner. Again, this is where the discerning, patient perhaps methodical mind comes in, listens when they need to listen, when the other person needs to speak, and then speak when one needs to speak, but only say what needs to be said. And beyond this example of the person that's in a bad way, this can be extended to all people, that we can be brought into something that is more communal, that is more grounding, that the mundane nature of life is put aside for a moment, and that within the house of grace we are brought together in a way that is beautiful. And here, again, in the context now of that prior discussion about the pureness of heart, as it comes in under the umbrella of grace, we meet the King. We meet this person of a profound place, position of authority, a ruler of a society, of a people, of a culture. And we enter into this place where the fruits of our heart are good, and the tools that we use to facilitate connectedness are grace. What we find within two people, regardless of their status or position, one being quite a bit higher than the person that is approaching this king, what they find is a relationship that transcends the distinction of position. And because they find a relationship that transcends a place of position, they are unified in something, I think, that is greater than themselves. And exactly how that plays out, I don't know. We can imagine a number of different experiences and examples, but the point is, it's an experience. Again, going back to a previous thought about the difference between the good fruits and the bad fruits of the heart. The bad fruits certainly have to do with that experience not being accepted or not being lived out in such a manner to accept the pain and the suffering, but also to attempt to improve one's condition and not to, just because of the pain, lay down and not do anything, and not accept the road or the path that is ahead. And so the last thing I'll say about this verse is more of a reflection on an idea that I've been thinking about before, that of this network of conscious beings. And given this map, or this network of human collection, social organization, of the transpersonal nature, of the types of agents that we can identify that walk on top of the landscape of the human mind, whether they be virtues, whether they be corporate bodies, whether they be countries or families. I think that what is seen here, much like the reflection about the heart and reason, and this being unified within that centralized self, it is much like the agents that walk on top of the the mind, that the agents themselves can come to a degree of unity, of understanding, a place of common ground through grace. I think this idea, I think it'll come out a little bit later in the Old Testament, especially when we get to the prophets, when we're dealing with more lofty, real-world examples. Right now, it's good to see. It's good to see how these patterns will come about and play out. But at the moment, it's kind of difficult to imagine specific situations. Although this makes perfect sense, that upon that network of mind, there can be this experience beyond man, but also include his experience and also be united in such a way at the top, whatever that might look like, for peace and sort of the finer things of life to come in and to treat the experience of life in a loving manner rather than in a harsh, disastrous way. The eyes of the Lord preserve knowledge, and he overthrows the words of the transgressor. Now I can already tell I'm looking forward to this verse. The eyes of the Lord preserve knowledge. Okay. So, as usual, we're going to be super methodical. We're going to hit these words as best we can, try to open them up, have them unveil the secrets that they hide. The eyes of the Lord preserve knowledge. So, earlier in this episode, I've talked about the eye. I believe in verse 9, he that has a bountiful eye shall be blessed, for he gives of his bread to the poor. There are plenty of places in the Proverbs that we see the word eye. And every time I go over it, it never surprises me the places that one can go. And I suppose it's not all that surprising because the eye is this symbol of just seeing. And so if we imagine seeing in the conscious sphere, there's a lot to be seen. There's a lot to peer out into. It's almost as if we are a lookout, one of these fire lookouts in the mountains, that all they do is sit atop this observatory with their binoculars and look out for wildfires and communicate that to the firefighting and rescue teams. The eye is from the physical world, surely. It is something that we all, most of us at least, have some experience with. Many of us intuitively understand what it means to have vision and to see. Most of us understand the transition point between, the eyes open, the eyes closed, and what exactly that means for our experience. If we are to place all of the distracting elements of the modern culture aside, and we are to be by ourselves for a day or two, and we pay attention to all the things that we can see, both in the state of eyes opened and in eyes closed, I think an appreciation comes to be that what is to be seen is more than just what the physical organ of the eyeball can offer, and that what we are experiencing, what we are witnessing, when we broaden our concept of vision, is that we are seeing, in some sense, a projection, a projection of mind based on all of the available information that we take in that is more than just the physical sight, but it is of the organization and the attention to particular types of information in the environment. You know, as I'm talking into this microphone, I'm going in and out of awareness of the physical world, partly because I'm speaking of the physical world and my mind is curious that if I'm more attentive to what's around me in the physical sense, what I would pay attention and why I would pay attention to it. But there's another aspect of me that's interested, and it's interested because I'm not really paying attention to anything from a sort of physical, ocular perspective. And that's because my focus and my attention is on my thoughts. And so there is a sense in which my eyes are turned inwards. Of course, this is not a physical analogy, this is a conscious analogy. And because my eyes are turned inward, I am both, I'm oscillating between these two planes of vision. And I know that language can seem imprecise to some, and that's fine, but in this landscape, in the artistic landscape, this is what is necessary to come to certain meaningful conclusions. Okay, so that aside, or that on the table, perhaps I should say, I'd like to say a little bit more about the eye of the conscious sphere. What exactly does it see? I've mentioned that it sees information, that is not just the information of sight, that it is all of the available information that the body can take up by all the various receptors. All of that is brought into our awareness at some level, and much like sight, we pay attention to certain things, and we ignore other things. For example, my tactile sensation, if I were to pay attention to it, I can feel my arms against one another. I can feel the pressure that is coming up through my ischial tuberosity. I can feel the way that my toes are curled as my foot meets the floor, and for whatever reason the weight of my leg is resting on my curled toes. And since I've thought of that, I've readjusted to a more comfortable position, and now my toes are an extension, and my foot is resting on the ball as it extends over the chair. All of this I don't need to see, but yet I'm aware of it. It is because of the information that those receptors afford me that I am able to picture this, and again use the eye of the mind to see it. And so the eye of the mind occupies this weird space. The space, in one instance I want to say that it is within the self, and perhaps that is true to a certain degree, but there's an aspect of that I don't really like all that much. If I'm going to continue on that road, and if I were to say the eye within is something that is above each individual perceptive organ. The eye above is that which is the unifier that looks down on the available information. It chooses what information to take in and to see and to put into conscious thought. And it is this illustration or image of conscious thought, whether it be an actual image in the mind or whether it be sort of a string of words or a memory, whatever we can imagine our thoughts to be, that this is the the result of that internal vision, the conscious vision, the eye of the mind. And some people call it the third eye. The third eye is often associated with a particular type of fitness, I think, with the internal eye, with the unified self. And when I say that particular type of fitness, it is a type of seeing, a seeing of the divinity, of what truly matters, that goes beyond the superficial nature of the culture that binds us. And the third eye is this thing that sees deeply into the nature and the perspective of existence as we find ourselves on this planet. And anyway, the eyes of the Lord preserve knowledge. So if we can imagine the eye of a man in terms of his self, again, this internal eye, this unified organ to take in all of the information of the body and the environment that it is able to take in, or that is worthwhile to pay attention to. How do we juxtapose this to that of the divinity? And to do that, I think we have to conceptualize what this divinity is. I was thinking to myself, as I sometimes do, about the nature of this divinity and my belief in it, and what the bottom of that looks like, in the most watered down sense. That if it were true that the divinity is either non-existent, or it is something that is so beyond my conception that it is almost as if it doesn't exist, and that the floor or the base is the place that my faith rests despite the uncertainty. And given this floor, I find myself thinking that it is of no excuse, regardless of where we find ourselves in terms of understanding as a species, that if there is no mind that organizes all information or set information into being, that it is no excuse for a conscious and self-aware being to go through existence without aiming towards that centralized point. Because the matter is, now there is an organizing principle, even if it is just the mind of man. I don't want to get into Nietzsche here. I don't want to get into that, the will, we could say will to power, but that's a bit superficial. The will to virtue. I think there's a lot of this wound up in the pursuit of God, because of course we have to have a strong will to find virtue and to be pious, to be righteous. And there are plenty of people that I think can be virtuous and be righteous without believing that there is a conscious entity out there that is that has a certain being and a certain existence of its own, that is responsible for the intelligible world that we experience or partake in. But again, regardless of the situation, the faith is still there to be had. It rests within the highest principle. And the argument is, well, if the mind can imagine the highest principle to be there, then certainly it could be found. It could be something that is had. Certainly our virtues and our justice is something that exists, even if it is not an exact preoccupation. However, that being said, this Lord, this God, it is the unifying principle. I mentioned the unifying principle that is the eye of man, that unifies all of the inputs of his physical body to form that map of reality within his mind, we can imagine this fractally up to the mind of a creator, and that all of the information that is this is where it gets difficult for me, because all of the information that is out there is feeding into this eye of the divine, and we can conceptualize this in any number of ways. I've conceptualized it before as almost like a spinal cord that is this highway of information that is shot up towards some centralized point, a brain. And of course, this sort of thing doesn't occupy a physical space. It is more of a thing that, because it exists, its existence is much like the self within the brain. If we open up the brain, where do we find the self? It's not like a little person that's in there. Its existence is afforded by various physical structures, and because of these various physical structures interacting with one another, there emerges this centralized, unified thing. But then the question is, well, we are creatures of emergence, but what we are prompted to consider here is that the Lord, or the preeminent principle, is not something that was formed by emergence, but rather something that was and always will be. It always is. And so that goes into this sort of, what would we say, like a matrix type scenario, or not a matrix type scenario, but a simulation type of scenario, in which the mind that exists prior to anything existing is the thing that put existence forth to begin with. The idea and the concept of nothingness is very difficult for me to understand. What we are speaking of here, etymologically, in terms of the word nothing, that from Old English we have na, N-A, which means not. And of course, thing, no thing. Thing comes from the Old English. Not sure what this letter is, but it looks like a B, bing, but probably not, which originally meant an assembly or meeting. Now we can imagine an assembly or meeting of plenty of different types of situations and things, whether it just be an assembly and meeting of particles or an assembly and meeting of people. I think nothing can exist at various different levels. In the intermediate sense, we can think of nothing as, if I were to say that I have nothing in my hands, well, I'm not holding any object, so in a sense there's nothing in my hands. And in another sense, there is a lot of stuff in my hands. If I were to touch my hands, even the word in my hands, because I could say in my hands as like inside, and of course there's all sorts of stuff inside, muscles, bones, and whatever. In my hands, I mean sort of within the volume of my graspability, within that space. What's in there? Well, there's air. There's plenty of different types of elements that I cannot see that occupy the gaseous space. And well, what of the place between particles, the place between molecules? What can we say of that space? This is something that I don't know physically. Is there something there? Perhaps, perhaps not. We can imagine both situations. If there is nothing there, then what does that mean? It is the absence of something. I suppose it's easy enough to understand that because I exist at a certain level and that I don't see all of the gaseous molecules that float around me, I essentially perceive an aspect or an experience of nothingness, that if I reach my hand out forward in front of me, I don't run into anything. There's nothing in front of me in that sense. Of course, it's not true from a precise sense. I'm running into all sorts of things. But at least conceptually, it gives me the understanding of what it would be like to experience nothing. Part of this, I think, is a problem of mind. It's also an interesting affordance of mind, because again, it affords me the idea, the possibility of nothingness, but also the mind has figured out a place of understanding such that the mind can see well past what his physical sensors are able to detect. And that is why we know that in the space in front of me that I consider to be nothing, where there's no physical object, like my book, that would prevent me, it's just open space, that again, there are still physical things there. But regardless of the limitations based on our interface with reality, going back to the idea of nothingness, what does this mean? Is nothingness only to mean that what is in absence is just physical, or is there something more than just physical? For what is it that causes purpose to be? Is it something physical? And we could boil it down to an electrical impulse, perhaps, or a particular pattern of neurons that finds something pleasing or purposeful. Is this all of our conceptions of justice and of reason and of the human experience boils down to? And what exactly does that mean? To reduce something to its component parts. Inherently, as I've said, it's a reduction, that it doesn't exist at the level of purposefulness and meaningfulness as it does at the higher levels because of that organization. And so if we were to boil it down to its elements, we can no longer call it what we've called it before. What is it about my inclination that leads me to ask the question of the fundamental qualities of things? That these fundamental qualities somehow, because they are fundamental and they in and of themselves lack the organization that causes the type of mind and of experience to be, because they lack this in and of themselves, does that mean I should lose faith and lose hope? What do I believe if I believe in the purposelessness of objects that are just floating in nothingness? Perhaps there's an issue with our language here. For objects that are so small, that are just sort of floating in that perceived nothingness, eventually we understand it to be that there is something, and that there is something that is there. Perhaps it is floating within this sea, what we may consider to be nothingness. But I have to wonder, when two fundamental things meet each other, and again, this is the language, the word breaks down here in two places. It breaks down when we have something that is just in space, in nothing. Because the something is something. And I have to wonder, at the most fundamental component, if a fundamental component is to exist, of a particle. I'm not literate enough in physics to understand this, but I know we can continue to go down into particles and find these sort of subparticle species. And of them, I wonder where the end of matter is. And at the end of matter, what do we consider something? Because nothing is the absence of meeting. It is the absence of joining of one or more things together. Surely one thing would not satisfy no thingness, because it is not an absence of itself. It is itself. But at the fundamental element or the fundamental component, it itself is not a meeting of anything. But perhaps this is a confusion in terms, and I'm using an old definition of nothing, that old English nothing, by that which we mean meeting. For sure, we can say that an object in and of itself is not nothing because it is something. But what is a thing, perhaps, is the better question. We could say that a thing that exists is an object. Well, what is an object other than a thing? Is it something that is material? Okay, well, what is something that is material? All of these things are based on a being's perception of what it is. We can define a thing that is anything that can be identified, described, or recognized as distinct from its surroundings. This is a definition that specifically requires an observer. But we do understand and we do agree that there is some reality outside of the individual. That it is not just the individual that creates the reality. And yet, to us, it is a prerequisite that a thing is perceivable. And perhaps it is possible that because in order for something to be identified, it requires a mind to make it be. And if it is so, that a mind, in the sense of man, it is not necessary for his mind to create the thing that he sees to be able to see it, but rather that it exists prior to his seeing, and it is there for him to be seen. It raises the question, is there anything outside of the experience of man? And I think the question is yes. And the reason for that is because perception, because awareness of something, it can occur in the mind of somebody else and can be reported to us. There are different ways by which we can identify information and objects that exist independent of our own mind perceiving them. But in the absence of human mind, this is a subtle point, in the absence of human mind, if it is to be that things exist, and if it also is to be that in order for a thing to exist, that it must be identified, described, or recognized as something that is distinct from something else, then it requires an observer. And perhaps there is a set standard observer that is there for all base reality, such that man must necessarily operate within that observer space. And since he participates in that observer space, he is allowed to perceive of the different objects that are within it. It would be a rather strange thing to say that a thing exists, but it does not have the capacity to be identified. Well, how is it a thing if it is not something that can be identified? We could say that nothing is a thing because it is something that cannot be identified. And surely if nothing is a thing, if nothing is intelligible, which perhaps it is, not in the same way certainly that the Bible in front of me is intelligible, but the fact that the concept is intelligible means that everything is a part of mind, not a part of individual human minds, right? BU, but a part of that ultimate, that source mind, the source mind that perceives and that allows the propagation of other mind, almost like little receptors within the body that provide and give information about the environment, about the objects that are out there. But surely that is a poor conceptualization. The eyes of the Lord preserve knowledge. And so I think that all of that is to say that a thing, if knowledge is to be considered a thing, that it is something identifiable, recognizable, although it's a bit different than a rock per se, at least in the human experience. Knowledge is a little bit more subtle, abstract. But this preservation exists. This preservation is the aspect of intelligibility that precedes man's mind, such that a thing can exist at all. It is that sort of creative force, the creative element. That is this birth of something, not necessarily out of nothing, but it is the something in contrast with the nothing. The eyes of the Lord preserve knowledge, and he overthrows the words of the transgressor. So today is a new day. And like all new days, when it comes to these recordings, it takes me some time to get back up to speed. Though I do remember quite a bit, I think, of what I said yesterday about this verse. And I'm still quite excited about this verse. This is one of the certainly important verses of the chapter, if not the whole of the Proverbs. From what I remember, I was discussing man's place in this reality, within this experience, and the possibility of this experience being a part of or facilitated by another experience, such that it is not necessary or dependent upon the conscious mind of man to observe something for it to be, but rather it is sort of preeminently observed. And because of that preeminence, man is able to participate in it and observe while being sort of this independent agent within that arena. And by this preeminence, we have the idea of the preservation of knowledge. That the state of knowing, the state of observation, exists for man or for other creatures because it is already offered, it is already created, it is there for the taking or the experiencing. He overthrows the words of the transgressor. So I want to get away from thinking in a manner that is too simplistic. And the reason that I mention that is when I see the pronoun he, I am tempted to consider or to conceptualize this being with many different human qualities and characteristics. And I think it might be a bit limiting. And although we are prompted to reflect on the divinity as being the source by which we are the reflection of, I would not want to say that all of us is that reflection of the divinity. Because surely it is the case that all of us is conceived by that thing, again, that thing that has caused understanding and knowledge and experience to be, the generative principle. And I would not want to tie the generative principle too closely to a being that is so limited in his capacity for experience. Although we can draw parallels and similarities. And so it's not so much a matter of gendering that I have an issue with this pronoun. It's more the anthropomorphization of God. To make him, again, it's an interesting, it's difficult because our culture is so ingrained by saying he, him. But what else would we use, I suppose? So it's a secondary point. It's not really all that important, but I feel I should bring it up so I don't limit my exploration into the second half of this verse. He overthrows the words of the transgressor. So we have plenty of things to consider here. We have overthrow, we have words, we have transgressor. All of these are interacting to form a complex idea. On some level, this is quite easy to understand. On another level, if we really try and consider what a transgressor is, I think it becomes a little bit more difficult. So what does it mean to transgress? How do we experience this? How do we witness this? So if we think about this literally, we take the word transgress. Trans means across or beyond. Gress means to step or to walk. And so we have effectively a word that means to step or to walk beyond, across. And so the question is, well, what are we walking beyond? Certainly the context here is saying that the transgressor is bad, because otherwise why would one overthrow the words of the transgressor if they were good? And so what must be transgressed is some boundary, some threshold. We could say that this is the threshold between right and wrong, but illustratively this doesn't satisfy. For what exactly does that mean? What exactly does this space look like? There are plenty of things in my life, there are plenty of things today in which I have transgressed. In the literal sense, I have crossed some boundary or some threshold. I could say this in a physical sense every time I move through my doorway to my room, or exit the front door to my home, that I have transgressed in some way. I have walked beyond a certain threshold. But of course, what matters here really is the type of threshold. And while moving across the threshold of a doorway, may in most situations not be considered a transgression. It is interesting that the word that is formed of two components also carries this interesting side partner. A side partner that is not immediately identifiable other than the cultural or customary descriptions or identifications that we place on it. And that we use the word transgression not in terms of any old doorway, not to the doorway of my room, but to a doorway of a place that we do not belong, or that we should not be in. And I think we should put aside for the moment the justice, or the determination of justice by which one transgresses, and just, for the moment, accept that there is some standard beyond our control that will dictate whether the threshold that we cross is a transgression or not. And with that starting assumption, I think we could start to create within this environment, within this conscious mind, within the creative atmosphere that we have before us. If we think beyond the doorway, before, when the word transgressor has come up, the image of a desert landscape has come up in my mind, and that there is a definite line, perhaps in the form of a shadow, or perhaps a cliff that casts a shadow. And that cliff and the subsequent shadow is the analogy to the boundary that is set up for the word transgress to take place. It is that principle by which the transgression can occur. Now, a principle is something that is a support. It is something that is foundational. And across this foundational point, what can we say happens if something fundamental has been denied, if something fundamental has been ignored? I think more of a structural example. What happens if, by whatever reason, by our own foolishness or ignorance, or perhaps deliberateness, we find ourselves within the power to remove physical objects at a whim? We go into the crawl space of our house and we mistakenly remove the large I-beam that holds up, or a few I-beams, let's say, that holds up a majority of our house. This, we could say, is a transgression. As a result of that transgression, there is a consequence, that there is profound instability in this house. It threatens the life of those that live in it. I think we can imagine transgressions that are of much smaller magnitude, but also of much larger magnitude. We could think of instead of a house, we can think of an office building. In an office building, there are many more people than just a family. The impact, in a sense, would be quite devastating. If we go less, we can imagine trying to put a bed frame together in which we mistakenly miss a support. And as we put the mattress on top of the frame, it collapses. Relatively low risk in this situation, but something has been transgressed. A fundamental component has been missed. The line between experience and error or falsehood has been crossed. Whereas before we crossed that cliff in the desert, we did not risk. We did not foresee. We were not guilty of the bed frame collapsing. Now, it's an interesting thing about risk, because it is always there. And we can do our best to control for risk. But I have to wonder that even within the good intentions, that the strong urge to control risk leads to a certain type of transgression. Because we desire so strongly to predict the future and to avoid the negative consequences of transgression, we are not afforded small mistakes that would allow us to learn and not make larger mistakes, larger boundaries not to cross, since we have made smaller mistakes on smaller boundaries, committed lesser sins rather than greater. Now, so far I've been talking about a transgression instead of a transgressor. Well, I suppose to a degree I've talked about a transgressor. It is not until the person crosses the threshold between truth and falsehood that one then becomes a transgressor. And I was thinking in my mind, the being that is the transgressor, that deep within the existence of this entity, we find at its heart, at its soul, at its nature, transgression. That its sole goal is to find the boundaries for which it should not cross and crosses them. We can call this sort of thing evil. We can imagine an extreme in this situation, even if not a single individual, even the psychopathic, can occupy it, but I would not make such a statement, but rather I would make a statement that is to say that it is rather unlikely to have some being or human being be completely a transgressor. But nonetheless, I think it's useful to think of the form of the transgressor as a possible entity that it can exist. Just like it is somewhat useful to think of transgression in terms of varying degrees of severity. He overthrows the words of the transgressor. So what can we say, then, of these words? What are they? What are the words of the transgressor? There are many situations, I think, that one can imagine. That being from the form that I have identified, which is consistent with evil, and that of the type of an individual that perhaps inadvertently, unknowingly, crossed that threshold into falsehood. The word, in general spoken language, is quite an interesting thing. It is a medium, much like our currency, that holds value. It is a medium of exchange for value. But unlike money, unlike physical currency, it is something that is transmitted quite personally. It is something that we use to conceptualize value within our own minds. And because of the nature of man, because he is open to make these mistakes, because he is not perfect, it is because of this that I think the words, the value of the transgressor, the attention the misplaced attention, must be done away with or overthrown. And that is because this falsehood, not only does it have its consequences, but I think leads us to darkness. It leads us on the road to nothingness, to destruction. For falsehood is the belief, the conceptualization of that which is not. And although this belief may not be explicitly understood by us at the time that we make the assertion, it is nonetheless leading us to the road of nothingness. And this road is inherently meaningless, obviously, if there's nothing there. And it's also something that is unstable. It is something that the surrounding environment will come and attack. And again, we may not know why. The reason that I say that it is unstable because it is lacking in principle. If we remember that transgression, that move, beyond that boundary is the denial of the principle. That boundary is the thing that holds up stability. As we pass it, we lose that stability. While it may not necessarily lead us immediately to nothingness, we certainly will find instability and the subsequent desire to reconstitute and to reorient. And just because something falters doesn't mean it'll fall into a vacuum of nothingness. I think that's the beauty, or at least part of the beauty, of our world, of our experience. There's always something to have faith in. And in this way, I think we can see that the transgressor is overthrown. Because this reorientation, this creation, is always there. The eyes of the Lord preserve knowledge. The slothful man says, "There is a lion without. I shall be slain in the streets." So let's describe this slothful man. You know, there are plenty of times in my life where I have been what I would consider to be slothful. And in these moments, in these periods of life, I certainly am not at my best. I think I've experienced enough of life at this point to understand that if I am to be caught up in that trap, I think there are many paths to the slothful man, but if I find myself on one of those paths, the period of life is marked by darkness, decay, stagnation. And it is because of this lacking, we can call it a lack of drive, a lack of will, a lack of attentiveness. Perhaps there is some reason, perhaps not. Perhaps it is just a feeling of the heart that desires something that is pressure relieving, but its desire is much more than what ought to be. That it desires a meal that is a little bit too fulfilling, It requires or desires one too many drinks. It requires one too many hours of sleep. Now, of course, there are extremes in which the reverse may be true. There's a complete lack of something that is necessary. But the slothful man, I don't think, has this problem. There's a sense of slowness in the slothful man, as a sloth is a slow animal. Certainly is not a worthless animal, but in the sense that it is slow, that leaves it open to predation. It leaves it prone to the accomplishments of life being minimal. The slothful man, we can just as easily say the slothful mind. Of all of the qualities and characteristics, behaviors that we can attribute to a slothful person, a slothful man, or a slothful mind, these things have some root. They are born of some seed, some fundamental principle. And I have to wonder what it is. Now, I said that there are many roads, many paths to it. But the question is, fundamentally, is this slothfulness an avoidance type of behavior? Is it pure being? That is, that there is a state in which this form of the sloth can be embodied in a person, where they are inclined towards this type of behavior. Not necessarily fixed, but inclined such that their moral compass, their sense of judgment, is unable to discern what is wrong about their behavior. I certainly think this is possible, and in my slothful moments, I think that this is exactly what happens. Truly slothful moments, because there are plenty of times in which I sit down to rest, or perhaps truthfully to myself, I rationalize that I'm spending too much time on my phone or listening to too many podcasts, and what I really should be doing with my free time is getting a good workout in, or putting in more time to read the Bible, or something that is truly meaningful, or spending time with family or friends. And in my experience, I have often found it that there almost is another type of man that emerges. I've had some unfortunate addictions in my life. Nothing, thankfully, to the degree where it has ruined my ability to participate in the world, but certainly some things that have made it more difficult to participate in the world. And it wasn't until I got a handle on it and emerged from that darkness that I understood it a little bit better. And I think I also understood it as I slipped into it, but once I was in it, it seemed to be an encompassing sort of thing. As I said, there are times in which I recognize now that it almost is a different man that emerges, because I'm never truly free of it. It is always something that I have to keep at bay, which is why certain practices are necessary, exercise being one of them. But within this conception, this beingness, or this mode of being, the mode of participating in life, of interfacing with the world, the slothful man, I think, is one way in which a person can rationalize and spend their time, direct their attention. And because of this, the slothful man has his own worldview. He has certain opinions about the way he ought to behave, and why he should behave that way. There's all sorts of justifications that come forth given one's beliefs, one's true beliefs. And like I said in the last verse, sometimes the transgression is only visible after it has happened. After we find ourselves on unsteady ground, we begin to appreciate and understand that we should move back towards that steady ground. So there is some grace here, but there also is the unfortunate situations in which a person may transgress and suffer some consequence, but not really understand that it is a consequence. I think of the certain type of person that spends most of their time playing video games, not in the sense that video games are bad per se, but that they play them to such a degree that it ruins their potential, and that they're fine with that ruined and limited potential. I think there is something a bit perverse about that choice in lifestyle. Now again, when I was younger, I certainly fell into that type of behavior with video games. I could say about other things as well. Perhaps there was a time in my life where alcohol was a little bit more prevalent than it ought to have been. But thankfully, never to an extreme degree. The slothful man says, "There is a lion without." Now, I'm a bit ashamed to understand, I think, to readily understand what this verse is getting at. I understand the feeling. I would hope that many people understand this feeling. When the slothful man says that there is a lion without, it seems to imply that he is going to stay within, because the lion is dangerous, and that if he goes without, then he risks danger, he risks potential death. He follows this up by saying, "I shall be slain in the streets." I think there's an interesting extension, because it is a lion. We imagine this sort of thing to be out in the open, in the wild, not necessarily roaming through the streets. Now, surely in the ancient world it could have happened. But given a collective that watches out for one another, surely guards within the city, the military personnel, would alert people and take care of that business. Perhaps it is the duty of a man to take care of the business, the danger that comes to the city, regardless of whether or not he's engaged with the military. But either way, we can expand this illustration into a much broader principle, I think. If we begin just by that first expression, "There is a lion without," the lion is truly a symbol. It's a symbol for potential danger. It is a symbol of power, because there is power without that can exert its force. Within this potential danger, there is risk. And on the part of the slothful man, there is this risk aversion. The slothful man makes the realization, or makes the rationalization, I should say, that because the lion is out there, because the danger is out there, this may happen to me. And it's the orientation of self-comfort, of safety, that I think that this proverb is prompting us to consider. I do not think that it is implying that because there is danger in the world that we should always try and seek it and put ourselves at unnecessary risk or harm. I don't necessarily think that that is the point. There are certainly many idiotic situations that people put themselves in that are completely unnecessary, that are independent of the slothful being, or of the slothful man. But all the same, there is an element of this that is prompting us to consider, to reflect on the sacrifice of safety versus risk. perhaps we may ask ourselves, well, what is the reward for going out and facing the lion? Perhaps we could say honor. Perhaps we can say future safety, because we know that the lion will never come back, so it's a sacrifice, short-term sacrifice for high risk short-term, but then long-term safety. And as I've said, it's not necessarily, or at least in my interpretation, this is not necessarily a reflection on the negatives of safety, or the inherent negatives of safety, or the inherent negatives of risk, because I think that we can find within both positives and negatives, but it is rather a matter of how they are related to one another. The context that surrounds them, that is what is important. The slothful man says, "There is a lion without. I shall be slain in the streets." So, with regard for the slothful man here, this is our context. Our context is the excess of safety, the desire for that extra hour of sleep, that indication of mind that would wish us to spend the afternoon on our cell phone watching useless videos, the aspect of mind that would wish us to stop by a fast food restaurant after work and get something comforting, but also something that is bad for our health. It is more, the slothful man is also the timid, the fearful, the one that lacks bravery. And so in the context of this acceptance of excess safety or comfort, we find the justification of this type of person, something that is completely reasonable. He surely, or he may, be slain in the streets. The lion is a powerful figure. But it is that connection, the justification for his behavior, for slothfulness, that I think is the error. He could just as easily say that because there is a lion in the streets, then he will be careful, but he will do something. He will alert other people. He will help other people to safety. This is a delicate matter, because how much of this is too much? How much of the risk-adverse leads to failure? Now, this is, as I am recording this is the fall, or rather the spring of 2024. Currently, we are in an era, I live in the United States, a Midwestern state. We live in an era of profound instability. Some say societal decay. Some say collapse. Many say, that the reason that we are in this situation is because of this culture of safety and risk aversion, that it has led to such massive bureaucratic bloat, socialization through a centralized apparatus that was never designed to handle such authority or power. And because we have made the sacrifice away from personal responsibility to that of safety and risk aversion, that we have given up much more than we had originally thought. Because of our fear of being slain in the streets, because of our fear of poverty, because of our large hearts and desires to help another, we have outsourced our own responsibility, even locally. And now we are in a situation in which those that control the vast sums of money that they collect the monies are sent towards purposes that the people had never envisioned, did not desire. Almost impossible as it is to get all of the representatives to agree on any one particular thing to spend the money on anyway. There is a lion without. We are in a situation in which the people that we depend on to take care of the lion do not wish to take care of it. The lion in this situation is our debt. The lion in this situation are monopolies in the form of medical institutions or other corporate bodies. The lion is the influence, the spirits that come in through mass illegal migration, through a people in the East that wish to recreate the image of the world, of mine, through themselves. The risk is the lion is wound up in hedge funds and those who manage them. The lion is wound up in the very businesses that we participate in. The corporate bodies for which we provide life to, that we have no control over their movement, but rather work tirelessly to ensure that they have some movement, even though it is, again, beyond our control. We are continually outsourcing our capacity, our capacities for a free and liberated mind to find the divinity, to live a meaningful life. The lion is within our own minds. It is the deception that we play upon our spirit, such that we disallow it to find true happiness, or to explore or to discover what that means, or even for that matter, what it means to make an appropriate judgment that considers all factors, and not just the purely mathematical or the individually advantageous. And I should reiterate here that I'm not attempting to demonize any one particular perspective or approach to understanding the world, but rather to highlight that in excess, any one thing can blind us. And although there are certain dangers to excess openness, we do have to be, to a degree, open and understanding and humble to accept that we don't know everything, and therefore we can't control everything. And there has to be a degree of surrendering. If we want to have some local stability, there will be sacrifices at the local level. The slothful man says, "There is a lion without, I will be slain in the streets." I am not free of the guilt of poor justifications. The type of justifications here for which there are many lions. If I open my window, I'm sure I can identify a lion. While maybe not in physical space, I can interpret and understand that all about me there are dangerous things, that I, being a part of this community, have not taken up my post. I have not taken up the spear to defend it. The mouth of a strange woman is a deep pit. He that is abhorred of the Lord shall fall therein. So these types of verses are fun. I immediately think of a friend of mine, a close friend of mine, that has particular opinions about traditional culture, but specifically religion, and their views on women. And I can just imagine her reading this verse, and I see the word abhorred. I can imagine that being an expression of hers. But the expression would be because of a poor understanding. It would be, again, this failure of contextual understanding. In the first chapter or two, we find the Proverbs relating the principality of wisdom with the feminine. And that produces some interesting reflections of why that is the case. But, these matters are quite deep, and if I've learned anything about the Proverbs, is that there's a lot of playfulness involved here. There necessarily has to be. Some transgression undeniably occurs, but that's sort of a consequence. That is the risk that we must be afforded when we play this game, when we try to determine exactly what it is about each other, our purpose and our roles in society, that makes most sense. And it's funny because when I read, at first glance, this verse 14, the mouth of a strange woman is a deep pit. He that is abhorred of the Lord shall fall therein. I don't see anything adverse. I see something profound. I see a potential for reflection on the word strange, and why exactly that the feminine is wound up within this symbolic structure. Why this is potentially dangerous. So let's begin by examining the word strange. There are plenty of things that one can consider strange. I think it depends, perhaps not entirely, but there is a degree to which it depends on our experience, on the way in which we interface with the strange. For example, today was a tiring day, it was an exhausting day, and the mind, this experience in general of life, becomes quite strange as the mind is fatigued and the more rational, purposeful approach to life becomes a bit wavy, not necessarily wavy in the sense of faltering, but wavy in the sense of distorted. Things become strange. It's difficult to identify, and I have to be careful, it's difficult to identify, in some sense, the centerpiece being the hearth, that axis around which we rotate. All of us have some conception of this hearth, whether it's explicit or not. The strangeness occupies the periphery. It is that feeling, I think, or experience that we have when we perhaps are still rotating about that axis. But while within its orbit we have extended a bit farther, our lever arm, perhaps if we want to use a mechanical analogy, away from this axis is much longer. And again, as I said earlier, this sort of thing is dependent or can depend on the context, the situation, fatigue being the primary example that I experienced today that makes life seem a little strange. And again, it is not as though that I am no longer within the orbit of this centralized axis of the hearth. But it is as though I found myself thrust out to the periphery or to the margin temporarily. And it is not until I engage in something that is purposeful and meaningful, like this practice, like talking and rationalizing my feelings, that I then become reorganized, recentered, or the moment arm or that lever arm is decreased, and I'm much closer to the axis. So what further can be said of the strange? Certainly, I think it is possible for somebody to not have much of an orbit to anything. Now, I said that everybody has an axis around which they rotate, but I think there are individuals out there that occupy a space much like an electron. An electron can jump from atom to atom. Its energy state can be excited, thereby jumping, we can say, or transferring energy to another atom. That these people are sort of loosely within the orbit of some centralizing axis, by which we can consider this axis to be some principle. We can say it is a divinity, perhaps. It is a place of concentration of one's attention. Now, at the periphery of all of these different principles lies the home of the strange. And there's further distinction here, both in terms of, I think, the structure of this analogy, that is, of all of these different possibilities of axes, there is one, the belief, at least in my conceptualization, is that there is a unity of these different center points for attention that is wound up in the being that has put forth intelligibility. And this primary axis is the one that calls all of the other subordinate axes or potential axes, perhaps that are an extension or a projection of man's mind. That is the way that he interfaces with the world, the way that he perceives what is truly valuable. All of these things are sort of called back into this source, this divinity. The other thing that I would say about this sort of thing, about this analogy for which I'm imagining, of course, but just because there is this imaginal aspect to it, I don't want to completely go beyond that which is sane. I want to follow some reasonable tangent here. That also, I think, as I've discussed earlier in a previous episode about the nature of the periphery, or of the margin that exists within the center, almost paradoxically so, such that in the experience of man, this unfortunate mistake happens, that what is meant to be at the periphery can be mistakenly identified as the center. I think this sort of thing is easy to see when we examine a city in which the nefarious elements, which we would consider part of, but not in totality the periphery, have made their way into the center, that they are not peripheralized, they're not put into prisons, they are not kept at bay. This is an experience of the marginality at the center. For the city should be a safe place. It should be safe in a relative regard, and that the certain destabilizing elements ought to be taken care of and set aside, or put in their proper place at the very least. And I imagine in my mind that this is quite fractal, so that there is not one strongly identifiable center, or perhaps there is, that leads into a centralized point, but much like a Russian doll, or a graduated sense of concentric rings, where the ring at the bottom is the smallest ring possible. We have these concentric rings that expand out from there in similar shape, but differing in size. This in some sense represents our experience, but it also represents the center and the periphery. That as the rings, they expand, we find ourselves in different situations. We are considering different things in different perspectives. But all the while, when we find ourselves on a particular plane or dimension here, we must take into consideration the the constraints and the affordances that are given in that particular level. Now, I'm sure this is going way far afield, and it may not make any sense at all. But I'm trying my best to conceptualize the strange as it exists within our experience. It is strange, after all. If I were to look at a Google definition of the word strange, what I would find is, in the first instance, in the first definition, unusual or surprising in a way that is unsettling or hard to understand. Now, certainly what I've just said is hard to understand, although I can follow it logically. There's a certain practicality or concreteness of evidence that is lacking to make it seem like a reality rather than a fiction. The second definition is not previously visited, seen, or encountered, unfamiliar or alien. In the archaic, we have unaccustomed to or unfamiliar with. And so I believe that I had touched on many of these elements. Perhaps I touched on them because I made my explanation sufficiently broad that it would satisfy my mind. And there really wasn't any value there at all. It's difficult to say sometimes. But what I will say is that the unfamiliar, when I was speaking of the situation of the axes, that every individual may find themselves deeply engrossed or have a particular faith in a principle, or a set of principles, or a tradition. that becomes their hearth, their center place, their place of gathering, the place where their soul, their spirit can find solace, rest, comfort, energy. They hold the secrets to their will within this hearth. The secrets of the will, and what I mean by that is the thing that they use to secure themselves to this existence, such that they don't fall into a type of depravity. A depravity that can lead to death, surely, like an existential cascade that can lead to suicide, or an unfortunate relationship to a particular substance, or a relationship to another person. These sorts of things are certainly unsettling, and perhaps, like the definition says, hard to understand, because it is often the case that some of our deepest securities, and perhaps even some of our deepest securities, are unknown to us on a particular level or particular plane. But whether they are known or unknown at this point, it doesn't really matter. The point is that this center place can become dark. It can become this deep pit that is described in this verse. The mouth of the strange woman is a deep pit. And so, strangeness, if what I have described is not adequately confusing, and in that it is strange, or perhaps there is some reason to what I have said that provides the structure to the strange, that again, the strange is this unfamiliar, this unsettling. Both of these terms sort of work together in the sort of Harthian sense that the axis itself is unstable, or becomes unstable. It becomes unusual. It becomes disrupted. Again, man has all sorts of different ways of interfacing with his reality, or with the reality. However, along with his various ways of doing so, hopefully there would be some homogeneity such that he can interact with others, and that the way that he interfaces with the reality is not so different or unfamiliar that another person would not be able to even understand them. That would certainly be strange. But the point that I wanted to make here is that in situations of profound destabilization, I think what we have can be certainly personal transformation, but it can also be, well, I should say personal transformation in terms of the positive, like being saved, for example, or personal transformation in the negative, in which one loses themselves. They find themselves within that dark pit, the center place around which they had gone to, whether it be explicit or implicit. Again, it doesn't matter for the purposes of this conversation. The place that they had gone to, the rock that held the mind steady. Again, there's a lot of things that holds the mind steady, I think. This internal consistency, the relationship that one has to other people and institutions, and the physical environment. There's a lot there that constitutes an axis, I think. Or, perhaps in a similar vein, or in parallel, there's a lot that constitutes one's worldview, one's worldview that then revolves around some axis. Okay. So this strangeness, if we unsettle something, that means there is this disturbance in what was otherwise calm. There can be good and bad associated with this, as I've mentioned. But this period of instability is much like being out at sea, and perhaps being an explorer. I think of Christopher Columbus here, being out at sea, trying to find something, and yet finding something that one did not intend, or that they did not intend. Something unfamiliar, perhaps unsettling to a degree. And so what? What is this unsettling strangeness? Of course, if we imagine this in the context of the Christopher Columbus analogy, there's so much strangeness that, as I've mentioned, the cultures are so different that they can hardly communicate. There's some internal consistency, necessarily, since we are human beings. But of the strange woman and the words that she uses, this seems to me even more bizarre, more strange. And the reason for that is because of the power of words. And then I think that the strangeness of this woman is almost like a witch. She has a way with words. It's not necessarily a supernatural thing. It is more of her objective. It is the way that she moves through the world. And at this point, I don't necessarily think it's useful to think about it in terms of a particular woman, although we can. I think it's useful more to think about this verse in terms of the principality, the larger structure of that feminine, and how that bleeds, if the strangeness flows through that principality, how this can lead to that deep pit, which I am considering at this point a sort of an axial destabilization, a disruption or rupture of the hearth, or otherwise center place for one's grounding to the world, to reality, to sanity. And so I think that in order to consider what it means for strangeness to flow through the principality of the feminine, or again, as I don't really want to do now, but we can examine this as the strangeness flows through a particular woman. But the reason that I don't necessarily want to go there right now is because eventually we're going to get to the principality. We're going to get to the broader structure of the feminine in order to make more sense, more concrete sense of what this verse I think is trying to get at. And so what can we say of the feminine? Who is she? Perhaps we can speak of her as a characteristic, or a set of characteristics. Perhaps an axis in and of itself, a dynamic axis in and of itself, but not necessarily an axis that is meant for the soul. It is more of a condition. Okay, so maybe a condition that has particular characteristics, or rather a state of existence by which we can identify through the various characteristics, the expressions that we see through behavior, and by perhaps physical allotment, that the feminine are physically capable of bearing children. This is a significant component to the feminine, and exactly what that means is, I think, extremely important. And there is one big, glaring example that I think is dangerous. I think it's dangerous because of the potential for it being taken out of context, and that there is this culturally produced or culturally created idea of the feminine. And this serves as the bedrock of what the female is. It is more so because of the dimness from man's mind do we project these ideas of the feminine and the masculine, that there is no sturdier ground, I should say. And even the one that I had mentioned, the one about the female's capacity to bear children, I think this is a fundamental component, but I think even that is not sufficient. I think there are levels and layers below that. How to get at them, I think, is difficult, but I have this intuition that they are surely there. And I mentioned the female and her capacity to bear children and what that means, but here what I consider is the physical, that there is this grounded physical component in what we consider the feminine. Now, of the grounded physical component, I think there is more than just the capacity to bear children. There is this coded sense of the feminine. It is the expression through those genes that we are given. It's hard to say exactly what this gift is, the gift of the feminine. Certainly it is divine in nature, or it's a divine poem. It's hard to unravel. But the level at which I choose to unravel it perhaps is not all that useful. It may be understandable to a degree. That is, to analyze the genetic structure of the human being, to determine probabilistically the differences between their genetics and the sequence of that code. From that code and from all of these various probabilities and up and down regulation of which gene to be expressed and which gene to be suppressed, whatever it is, this series of ones and zeros, on switches, off switches, that ultimately produce something coherent that is recognizable as a thing in and of itself. That structure and that map perhaps is useful, but we don't necessarily experience it that way. We experience all sorts of different things. All sorts of different things that surely do map on with the hypothesis that there are many factors that go into forming what a human being is. And even though that I said culture is not the bedrock, it doesn't mean that culture is not significant. There are cultural components that form the way that we are. But if we peel back the layer of culture, we will find that the feminine is a proud thing in and of its own. And when I say proud, I mean more so, perhaps it's not the right word to use, but what I mean to say is that when we peel back the layer of culture, what we find is a stable product of the feminine, a stable capacity for the interface for some conscious being to experience the world, and in the way that we do, have the capacity to bear and raise children. And because of the capacity, they are afforded different aspects. Their will can be directed in many different ways. There's certain things that are afforded to the female experience that are just not afforded to the male. Part of that, I think, is that precious childbearing and nurturing time. And it's not to say that the father cannot nurture a child, but it's just different if it is attended to properly, I think, in terms of bearing the child and bringing it up. So where are we in our conceptualization of the feminine thus far? We've explored the potential and some examples that exist in the material domain, in the physical domain, that of the genetics, that of the physical quality of the feminine. There are other physical characteristics other than the capacity to bear children, of course. We have the cultural domain, which surely has some relationship to the physical world. I'm not completely separating these dimensions. I know that they are related. We're talking about one reality, after all. But the cultural domain is different. Surely we can say that throughout history there have been different cultural expectations with relation to the sexes. I think of the ancient Greek society with their heavy patriarchal hand. I think of societies, I believe, that they were in Northwest Africa, if I'm not mistaken, when Herodotus wrote his history about the war between Greece and Persia. He identified a culture there in which the women were more masculine. They were equal to the men. They fought, I believe, in wars. The general points here are a bit fuzzy, as it's been a few months since I've read his history, but I think that the main point here is that there certainly was a difference, even in the ancient world, among the expectations of the man and the woman. And of course we take our own day, our cultural experience. There is quite a chaotic response to what we are seeing with different ideas about gender. Some people are trying to separate gender from sex. Some people are trying to say that sex and gender are completely fluid, thereby destroying the boundaries that surround the feminine and the masculine. These sorts of things, I think, of course, are idiotic. They tend towards destruction. They're anti-creationary, I think, at their core. But nonetheless, our contemporary example of this sort of thing, and by extension of that, our tradition of equality under the law, has made it so that, I think to our benefit, we can have a more robust society with the female participation in some masculine roles, but also the extension into more feminine roles in healthcare and in teaching. I think our society has an interesting way of adapting to liberation. We find ourselves open and free to a certain degree from the state apparatus, and both to our detriment and to our benefit, we have explored different grounds. And it is if anything can be said for certain, it is up to time, it is up to at least the passage of what we perceive to be time, and the extinction of the generations and the development and propagation of the next, that these ideas are shaped and molded. That sometimes I think that a particular way of doing things may come into conflict with the way that things are, with certain fundamentals that cannot be altered or changed. Otherwise, at the bottom of that is nothingness. It is just pure instability. It is population collapse. It is societal collapse to it, whatever degree that we, or dimension that we choose to analyze it from. So the physical, the cultural, And I want to add, I suppose there are many dimensions that we can examine this sort of thing, but I want to add a layer or dimension that is beneath the physical, or above, we can say, above the physical and above the cultural. It's immediately difficult to understand exactly what is above culture and what is above physical, because I think that the expressions of culture, and perhaps more so the expressions of the physical structure, and I say more so because the physical structure, I think, is less, I could be wrong about this, but less likely to make the type of mistakes that the cultural organism is apt to make. Why do I say that? Well, because it seems quite regular that the physical follows its rules and laws, whereas in the cultural domain we may follow our rules and our laws, but we are so variable and open with our will, our freedom of will, that we can change our laws. And so we have this dynamism of participation that may exist at the smaller scale on the physical, that is beneath the level of the conscious mind. But that level of organization seems to me, appears to me, again, I could be wrong about this, to be a little bit more precise. But I suppose that's an interesting question for future examination. Examination of the biology of man's composition. But I don't want to get too far into the weeds, too far into the consideration of that sort of thing, because although we may make headway there and may make interesting insights, it takes us away from something that's more unifying and above. So, of this above, of the feminine, the Google definition, again, having qualities or an appearance traditionally associated with women and girls. Now, within that word tradition, I find an interesting dilemma, because I think within tradition there is an attempt to determine the foundational structure, but also within tradition we have this the discrepancy that is caused by the freedom of will, by the openness to what is new, to the openness and to our own ignorance, the openness that our ignorance affords us by crossing that boundary, that transgression. Again, that boundary, the boundary that we can cross either intentionally or accidentally, that causes us to be in the realm of transgression. This thing is set beyond us. It is not dependent upon man, although he participates in it. This is the order and the intelligibility that I spoke of that precedes his mind, or that affords his mind, that affords his experience and his existence in this world. And so, as I have mentioned, of the different dimensions, they will necessarily be related to one another. Their relationships at this point I'm interested in, but not immediately concerned with. The question becomes now, what is it of the feminine in the realm or in the dimension of the conscious mind and the experience, given what I've just said about that experience being facilitated by prior intelligibility or by prior awareness? What is it about the filter, we could say, of the feminine, and we can say by extension, because there's a lot of possibility out there, there's a lot of uncertainty about other organization, other forms of organization, including life on other planets, intelligences, and this sort of thing, but of the feminine, and by extension of the human feminine. As this experience is made known to us, where are some of the identifiable pillars? Now, as I say this, the identifiable pillars, undoubtedly I will make some judgment about some component that is not fundamental to the structure. Now, I think about my friend's crawl space. He has an interesting man cave in his crawl space. It's not put together at all. It's put together in a certain way, but it's not like you would imagine a traditional room to be put together with a solid floor and drywall that's painted and the molding that's on the that skirts the boundaries of the room, whatever. It's pretty bare bones in that place. But the thing is, you can see the structural components in that crawl space. You can see the wood, you can see the I-beams. Undoubtedly, I can say that there are components of that I can remove, and that will not compromise the structure of the house. But because I'm down there, because I'm trying to figure out what of those components are actually necessary to form and to keep the house standing, and I also understand that if I get rid of one component, it may not be an issue, although it may be fundamental. It is because of the relationship of that component to the other components that gives it its structural integrity. I also understand that. So we're going to try to navigate this complexity. But of certain things, and I probably mentioned it before on this episode, if I take one of those or two of those I-beams out, or if we just say the form of the I-beam, if there's, let's say, 4 in the house, and if we just say, hey, let's get rid of these, what's going to happen to the house? The answer is probably structural compromise. Or if we had dug the crawl space extremely deep, such that the force that was afforded by the earth that surrounds the house is now significantly weakened on the inside, such that the interior caves in. That's another fundamental structural component that we can consider. And so with this sort of analogy, I want to do that with the feminine. So when I go into this crawl space of mind, and specifically through the experience of the feminine that hold up that feminine house. Again, in the house there can be plenty of different ways that it's organized, but it's still the feminine house. And it's distinct from the masculine house. It's distinct from the crawl space of the masculine. So the question again is, in what way does this crawl space and the various structural components make up this idea of the feminine? Where does one even start? It would be helpful if I had a woman here to help me walk through it. But I have to wonder, all the same, if I were to do this for the masculine or the male, what exactly would I say of my own experience? I think it would be quite difficult to identify the masculine experience from experience itself, which the male and the female share together. They share that experience in Adam. Adam being the original man, the totality of the human experience. The totality, I mean the experience of the human being in mind. Now, there's a rather frustrating degree of the male-female relationship in Genesis, in our culture. And I don't really want to get into that. I think it's important, but maybe at a later time, because there's a lot of superficiality that may disrupt proper relationships. And I think it's extremely important to get down this concept of the feminine. And more than just the concept of the feminine, but the structural supports. Alright, so I'm in the crawl space. And I want to start again in my mind. I'm a person that has insecurities, just like anybody. Through my insecurities and through my desire to mitigate them, I think I begin to identify traits of myself that I admire, because as I'm able to overcome certain obstacles, to get over certain insecurities, perhaps the anxiety of a particular situation is preventing me from being level-headed, and I really need to consider, what is it about me and my constitution that is prohibiting me from staying level-headed and performing my duty as I ought to? Within there is a component, a structural component of me that is just not strong enough, and it needs to be stronger, so I have to work on it. And from here I can go into a million examples, I'm sure. But let's generally follow this line of thinking. So if I'm able to identify structural components by my insecurities, because it is through the holes in the ship that I can identify where the leak is coming from. And by that I can understand what needs to be done in order to brace the ship, or how strong the hull of the ship needs to be, such that the pressure of the water is unable to get in. And if I understand that better, I may not understand the masculine or the feminine, but I will better understand the pressure that the mind experiences in the sea of reality, let's say, to keep that analogy moving. And I suppose I'll have to find a particular example here. But for the moment, I think there's a little bit more to do in the analogistic, or at least where I am now on this path. The second part here, the difficulty is going to be ascribing the masculine trait to the insecurity, rather than determining if that insecurity is a more general insecurity, and perhaps it is, and perhaps the way in which I'm asking the question is incorrect, because I am a man, and because I am a man, I experience it, experience life and existence in a particular way, and because I'm generally average in terms of the way that a man is, I fall within this, I think, pole that is separated perhaps from the average feminine. Now, I don't want to get lost in this cloud, the probabilistic cloud, because again, I'm after the fundamental components. And although there may be some probabilistic insecurity that accompanies these distinctions of man and woman, the things that secure the poles to reality are the things that make them identifiable. And perhaps the pole is not much of a pole like a center point, like a pillar, but rather a series of pillars that are tied together, that are tied to other pillars. But again, this gets into perhaps it doesn't. I was going to say perhaps it gets into this probabilistic cloud again, like the electron cloud. But this may be more of a matter of perception than it is of reality. This is a limitation of my perception of the dimensions more than it is, again, about the concreteness of that reality. So, as fundamental as I can be, I think it's probably important to discuss experience. So let me dig in my mind and find an experience. So I started a new profession relatively recently. And I've come to the conclusion that starting a new profession is difficult. It's difficult, but not difficult in the negative sense. It can be negative if one doesn't enjoy the work that they do. It can be powerfully positive if one enjoys what they do and accepts the challenges that come to them. But what I have found is that I fall in between the two, that there are these aspects and these elements about this profession of mine that I find very difficult to wrestle with. And it creates insecurity, because the thing that I'm wrestling with I have not overcome. Along with that, there are professional duties, responsibilities, that just by the natural way of things we grow and we learn as we do and as we experience. And so there's this bizarre mixture of institutional conflict with the content within the discipline that everybody, regardless of discipline, as they participate, they learn more and they grow, like I said. And I think the result of these more fundamental pieces leads to, at times, an insecurity of mind in important situations. And the result of this is perhaps a stuttering or an elevation of heart rate, or this spike in anxiety such that I might appear or feel flushed. These sorts of things I've been working to control, or to conquer, perhaps I should say, because it's not something that ought to be thought of as a thing to be controlled, like a demon that is kept for some later purpose, but rather a demon that is meant to be vanquished. The light is meant to dissipate their being, their existence. Within these moments, perhaps I haven't thought about it much when they occur, but I do understand that they occur. And they're a bit painful. They're painful because of the anxiety that's produced by it. But there are solutions that I have found to cure this. Number one, first and foremost, is to do the work and to have a sufficient understanding of the task at hand, such that I can use those tools and that information to support my reasoning. This is a process. This process is something that occurs, like I said, over time. But there are ways in which I can initiate, move forward, really push into that knowing space. I can learn more. I can take the time when I have it to expand my understanding. And as my understanding expands, the difficulty in these situations decrease. And so we're getting closer, I think, here to a fundamental support. What I'm talking about here is discipline, but there's more than just that. Well, perhaps it's discipline but it's discipline applied in different contexts. Because there will always be the situation in which I do not know something. And it will never be the case that because of my discipline in terms of learning, that I will know everything. This is not possible. And this is not possible because problems present differently. They present in relationship to different pieces of information in different ways that look unfamiliar, unrecognizable, despite perhaps seeing it in another light. I think we've all had the experience of seeing somebody that we know but not recognizing them because of something that they're wearing or because of the particular view that we have of them at the time. And it's not because we don't know them, but it is because of the context that's unfamiliar. And so there's that situation. But there's also, again, the situation in which there are just items, there are just experiences out there, there are just problems that we confront that we will not know the answer to. These are our known unknowns. And we have to be able to have presence of mind enough to keep composed, or keep our composure, and not to panic. And this is another level of discipline, I think. Now, I do not want to make the case that discipline is inherently a masculine trait. This is a human trait that extends to the feminine as it does to the masculine. Now, today is a new day, and as usual, it will take me some time to get back up to speed, but I think I understand where I left off after listening to a small portion of that previous recording. I'm discussing the inherent qualities of myself. I'm trying to be as self-reflective as I can to find where that masculine energy, spirit is. And just as one searches in a space for something, it may be possible that I am in the wrong space. I've opened the wrong drawer to look into. What I seek may not be in there. But nonetheless, this is where I believe I may find the masculine. Now, I'm doing this because I believe that I had mentioned previously that if I can determine a trait that is masculine, it is likely that I can then, by extension, by observation of my experience, by extension of that, determine not necessarily the other side, but the other way in which this experience could be filtered through. And there is something that is definite here. Definite, but also contextual. Contextual, but not relative. In the absolute sense, of course. Now, what I had described, or finished describing, was a bit of a personal dilemma, but it was also an approach to that dilemma. And I have difficulty understanding where exactly that masculine is. And this is what leads me to think perhaps that I'm in the wrong drawer. Because what I do may or may not be masculine. It's not determined by me. Then again, what comes up is the cultural, what comes up is the physical. And these are perfectly fine, I think, descriptors. But again, what I was interested in was finding some fundamental, the broad archetype, we could say, of the masculine. These characteristics are common among the male of the species or the female of the species. If we were to give a qualitative analysis of the masculine is something that is muscular, robust, industrious. On average, we would say that the man is more physically capable than the woman. The woman more in touch with her emotions, more apt to care and to raise. The man more interested in things, more likely to put things together, design things. The woman, surely, still possesses the quality of putting things together, artistic in nature, imaginal, poetic. The man, the giver, the woman, the receiver. The woman, the creator, or facilitator. The husband, the planter. Perhaps I have failed on my pursuit. What I've come to is qualities. What I have is the physical substructure. The imaginal has not yet, I think, permeated my mind. The mouth of a strange woman is a deep pit. I've discussed strange, I believe. I've discussed the woman, the feminine, and her qualities. This deep pit, it's a symbol that is often seen in the Old Testament, especially in the Psalms. This is a place that I think we can understand intuitively. A dark pit, a deep pit, rather. If it's deep enough, it certainly will be dark. If it's deep, one cannot get out of it without assistance. The strange woman. Now, we've seen this strange woman before in the Proverbs. I think it was in the beginning that we saw her. And she was a character of deception. I remember the image of the campfire that I had produced in my mind. The campfire illustrated the intelligible sphere, the sphere of understanding. The woman comes into the frame, into the picture, into the light of the fire to meet this man. She is strange because she comes from something that is uncertain. It doesn't necessarily mean she is bad or evil, but because in the verse there was an allusion to this moving away from the center. We understood in that situation, in that context, that this type of woman, this type of behavior that is expressed through the female form, is contrary, because it leads to this deep pit. It can be the case where a woman can be strange and not lead to the deep pit, but that's not the situation that we're considering. The mouth of the strange woman is a deep pit. It is because there's two things happening here. The depth that produces the darkness. The darkness itself is the lack of intelligibility. We could find that anywhere in experience. There are plenty of things that we don't understand. There are plenty of things that we will never understand. But the pit is something that is intentionally dug. The mouth of the woman digs that pit. And so it is by the context, it is by the interaction with this person, that we are seduced down into the darkness. And because we are seduced down into that darkness, we lose the ability to act, to perceive appropriately, to make sense of things. And because of that, the woman has control over us in this situation, the strange woman. He that is abhorred of the Lord shall fall therein. And so this is an interesting expression. I think this is one of these that I have difficulty with, because we're giving an attribute to God. Abhorrence is no simple matter. It is something that is, I think, easily understood by man in his experience, for it means to regard with disgust or hatred, to loathe or to detest. And imagining the supreme of all things to have such an emotion, I have a hard time understanding what that looks like and how it is justified. Disgust and hatred, surely these things are a part of our reality. But also surely they are not carelessly placed within this reality. Given the wonder, the beauty, and the love there is. And so I wonder if the word abhorred is not the best choice here. And I say that because it is too human. It's too limited. I understand the direction that this is going in. For this disgust comes from a place of understanding that whatever one is repulsed by, there is something about the object or the the person that justifies the feeling. This is not a base emotion, abhorrence. It is a highly sophisticated one that is attached to reason. But this sort of thing and this sort of teeter-tottering in the experience of man is exactly why I think that the emotion is difficult to attribute to the logos of all, the divinity of divinities. And so from this word abhorrence, I think we can draw some equivalents which might make this a bit easier for me to understand. That if we are considering this word of the divine logos, or the rational principle that undergirds all rational principles, that the very thing that an argument or a judgment rests on or revolves around is this pillar. And it would seem that the abhorrence is one of these things that revolves around that center pillar. I have to wonder how much of the center pillar is responsible. But then again, it's impossible for it not to be responsible. It would almost be like saying that because there is something going on in my body, there's a pain somewhere, that I am not responsible for feeling it. Surely I'm responsible for it. I have a response to it. I respond to it by the very output, the perception of pain. And perhaps this is sort of what is meant. That what is happening here is that a man has been seduced into this pit, this deep pit, by another person. And the only reason that they were seduced into that pit was because the lack of understanding or ability to find the way through the strangeness. And that lack of will to move through the strangeness and to be seduced by superficial means is the thing by which that perception then bears the responsibility of that pain that I mentioned, that peripheral pain. Now here we have the situation in which the man has felt this experience before, or he is judged before he has fallen into the pit, almost as if he is allowed to fall into the pit, that the tentacles of the divine are there to prompt our action. And by whatever means the man has secured this position in that perception, in that being of which he is a part of. Another interesting thing here is the use of the word of, he that is abhorred of the Lord, as if to imply of being an expression of the relationship between the part and the whole, that this part of the whole has been identified as a pain before, and as this man falls into the pit, his existence is dulled, perhaps the pain itself is dulled. It's a strange conception, a strange idea, difficult to describe in words. And just a quick message, speaking of the strange, to those of the future. Be careful with your mind. For who knows how deep the pit can be, or what type of strangeness will tempt you into it. You know, it's hard to predict the future, but it is 2024, and I think our world is going to change quite rapidly. So one must wonder where the mind will find itself, how it will be. But this is where I'll end this episode. I'll continue next time with verse 15, chapter 23.